Blah 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 blah. Alrighty. Be a bumblebee. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. So I had a pretty crazy 48 hours, so I wasn't available at all yesterday. I posted a video and it ended up being pretty much wrong, so it was kind of a waste of a waste of time. It was wrong in that everything reversed like immediately Monday. So I posted that video I think Sunday, and then I don't know, man. It didn't finish the breakdown. It just kind of popped, went the other way. It honestly looks almost like a complete inversion, like completely backwards from what I said may happen. Because in order for that to occur, you have to have like intervention from buyers. So I think it was a deliberate allowance to let it break down low, see how low they could take it, and then they bought it back up. And they jumped the creek on IWM, and then everything else kind of followed. So it quite literally looks like the opposite of, like the opposite of what I said may happen, which is fine. I mean, it happens sometimes. Usually not that off, but the backwardsness of it doesn't escape me. I'm like, oh wow, it was like I was wrong, but in a good way. Yeah. Well, so to be fair, like, yes, I'm admitting that I was backwards because I thought this was more probable. And the only way that this was going to go forward is if it just, frankly, just turned right back around and re-jumped the creek. Now, like, in theory, could this still be in a wedge-like formation that's going to break down? Or not a wedge, but like a bear formation that's going to break down? Yeah, it's possible because technically we've seen this before a couple times. You see how it like pushed low here on IWM. I'm just looking at the Russell right now because it kind of summarizes everything that happened. I mean, the other stocks moved slightly differently, but it was a similar outcome. Like, so IWM had that drive down on Friday, and then I'm thinking like, okay, well, it broke the uptrend. So I was thinking that at most you could get it maybe kind of recovering back up to here and doing like a secondary top, which is pretty typical. If you're going to have like a UTAD as they call it, or in this case, it would be more like maybe a latent LSPY. That's fine. I think what's confusing is the way the range built out. It didn't end up being really a Wyckofian range. Like you could argue that this is a auto reaction with bottom and then a phase B top with a bottom. And I think that's possible. So it ends up just being like a double bottom right here off the phase B. And then this would have to be like an SOS. That's what it looks like to me at a glance. Like I looked at it on my phone because I wasn't able to get on my computer yesterday. And I was like, well, it kind of looks like it just went back up into like almost a sign of strength. So this would be like a creek backup then. If that's the case, it backed up to the creek, backed up down low. And there's a lot of reasons why it might do this. I think the main point of like what I'm trying to say is that because like you don't know what you're talking about. That's what you're trying to say. Well, it may be that this right here is actually a part of a larger, like they built it out like that was going to be the channel for a few days, like Wednesday through Friday, that was the channel. And then this really just widens it, and it would be logical to then take it and just kind of take it a step further because it did hit those 2 points. I didn't pick up on that when I did the video. Looking at it now, it's like really obvious because you're like, well, look, there's double hits there and they line up with that trend. It's like, yeah. And then I'm guessing that this presumably would be like the top as well. It looks like a little bit of a widening maybe, but on the whole, frankly, it just looks like a flag to me. So I don't know yet. That's a tough one. Flags are bizarre because any flag could break any direction. There's a higher probability that like a flag like this, if it's got low volume, would break down, meaning that probability is just how that's happened in the past. So like if you look at aggregate data, like as much as you possibly could, on average, this will break down more often than it breaks out. And so this could just still be like a halfway point. And you're probably wondering, well, then what changes that? I think it's pretty simple, because if this is an SOS, then getting back above, and I think I said this in the video, is like you'd have to come back above 222 region. And I was pointing to this area because I had this marked off. This is the wall that you're trying to jump over right here. I probably should make it more specific. It's from about 221, 98, so 222 up to 223.10. And you can't just come up here and distribute and then hook. It would just then have to go back down and test this uptrend. So part of me is like, all right, some good stuff happened here. This was the golden pocket region on this retracement. So it did back up to it again. Looks like this morning, first thing. So it's again hitting that little golden pocket retracement here. I'm guessing this is like the 0.5 retracement on this bigger move or something like that. Maybe it's not the 0.5, that looks too high. It's like the 382. Yeah, it's a 382. So like we could potentially be in like a good spot to hold and just advance. I still think it's a dicey situation, you know. If buyers step in and they're a little stronger, and they have been a little bit, volume picked up a bit here, and I'm sure there's some news and other things going on with all the earnings around here as well. There's probably a lot of other stuff going on that we could look at. I tap into the news cycles, but every now and then I kind of just forget about it and I don't look at it. And there's still like data coming out about inflation and jobs reports and things like that, and I don't always look at them every single time. So those kind of things can prop up the stock market or cause a dump, you know, and that maybe that's something I overlooked. At this point, what I'm really trying to focus on is, does it get back to this top again at 226? If it can get back to the top again at 226, you've got a chance that this is a gigantic triangle break. I don't think it hit the lower trend here. So I was trying to make a case for this in the video that I made, that if you go back and you look at some of the trends coming down, they seem to suggest that you would still come down to 212, 213. You might say, well, jump the creek can't happen now, right? Yes and no. Like an S-curve could be bound by like the original kind of cat ear, or it could just not be. And like one of the things I didn't do in that video, which some of you may have noticed if you're kind of paying attention, is that I didn't actually look at this guy, which is the higher of these established creeks. A lot of information is bound up in this early top area. Like tops define so much of the future wave. Like I would even say right now, that's probably a creek right there, because if you look at the first high, if you look at the high to the breakdown point, this is the high it made, and then this is where it broke down right here out of this range. That gives you like a perfect intersection to where we currently like stopped. So I would suggest to you that those type of trajectory lines that are built on those tops are very deliberate. And you definitely want to kind of pay attention, because they're just likely places that it's going to stop. It doesn't have to be more than that. But yeah, so this early creek that I drew right here, that could definitely cross and still not cross like this outer one. And so you could have kind of a layer cake of both, where you get the creek jump and then it still comes back down potentially on that flag, and that's when it drops low. And maybe this is going into early November here because it's coming up in a few days. It's certainly a possibility. So I don't know what max pain is for IWM, but would not surprise me if it's kind of low, you know, sub 219 even. Yeah, so I mean, in some ways, like, yeah, like I was definitely wrong. It went kind of flip-flopped. It went right back up. In other ways, it's kind of like maybe not. Maybe I was just early and they're just taking a detour. So we'll see. The same goes for AMC and GME, although we're going to look at those in a second. They're not quite the same because for AMC and GME, there's like a slight difference in terms of like how they advanced. It's not quite the same as IWM. Like to me, IWM could still push back down and it would still be within the creek range, like where it's still kind of bound by these downtrends. And it could be setting up for a breakout way over here in November on like the 8th. You know, this seems right to me, like that it would come here, and it's still very similar to what we had talked about before, like being a really similar pocket. Definitely a possibility. If it advances early, it advances early. We watch 226. If it doesn't, then we watch down here around 212 to 217. Okay. Now AMC, which is maybe the reason why a lot of people tune in, it's a little different because when I was talking about coming back down here on the last video, I was talking about how the same thing happened. Like they drove the price back through here, which would be an apparent weakness of some kind, to go back and get the gap and also go retest 418. 418 was established as a really strong trading center when we came down here in October on the 24th. So if you're wondering like why 418, that's a weird number. I agree, it's a weird number. 417, 418 is just where we were. Maybe there's a fib there or something, but like that's where we chopped the most. That's where we did the most trading. So we came back, somebody wanted to, you know, offload some shares and buy again or something. I don't know. Obviously it is a backup to a creek here. And then what's interesting is that it doesn't, when it rebounds up, and this is kind of where we were talking about it in that video, is it goes up in that up thrust, drives the price back down. And the reason that I guess the main reason that I thought it might come down is because of the small cap index, because the small cap index looked weaker in that breakdown. But this is kind of where they're splitting apart a little bit. So if you look at those trends that were established, IWM's already broken through that trend. It's established like a wider flag, could still break down. AMC's a little different. It did not come back down. It didn't establish a wider move. Like it didn't come back down with IWM to establish like a low down here. That would have been the same kind of a move. Like had this come back down to and checked 426, I probably wouldn't be like worried about it. I'd just be like, oh, okay, came back, checked 426. But it didn't do that. Instead, we're kind of pushing up to this, 450 pocket. There's a lot of, I hate the idea of calling things distribution when it may not be like what it sounds like. A lot of people, when they hear that, they get really worried about, it's going to sell. You're saying it's going to sell off. Well, technically, it's still in like a flag, just like IWM. There's no reason that one person looking at this, another person like this, we could all kind of have we could all have different ideas about what might happen. But at the end of the day, like a flag is a flag, right? So if it's going up and it's chopping, and that's a chop that goes against the dominant trend, which is down, that's a flag until it isn't, right? And now we've talked about this, and the more you're kind of looking at this, you're like, well, is that what's happening, Booksy? It looks like really close to what you talked about on that rising accumulation. Kind of. I have like, part of me is like, yeah, it's very similar to what's happening. Another part of me is like, no, it doesn't quite match. And there's a couple reasons for that. I'm going to get rid of some of my doodles here. That gap is not there anymore. I'm going to get rid of that as well. We'll keep this one since this is near the lows, just to visually see it. And then we'll keep this 417, 418 pocket. The reason that I'm hesitant to be being like, yeah, this is definitely this. So this does go parabolic, and I'm not really seeing huge parabolic motion just yet. Like we're seeing like a little bit of one right here. It just looks really weak. So it looks like it's going to terminate probably on that red level, which is kind of the outermost, one of those outer waves. I mean, we call these creeks, but really they're just a series of branching paths, right? Just like I was talking about on IWM from those tops. They usually act as creeks. That's why I mark them off. Like historically, they're pretty darn accurate if you can get them right, if you know what you're doing. So we had thought maybe that comes up to this area, and it's kind of an inverted head and shoulder style action here. It did the little head and shoulder in the beginning, and then it just started kind of weakly doing these dips backwards. And I'm not seeing anything like major that looks like a parabolic motion. If I'm going to describe this generously, I could say it looks like maybe it's forming one. You got two big backups here, or one that the first drop and then the second big backup here to 418. It does seem like it could be potentially forming one right now. Like this is the most parabolic, like the most direct up we've seen. And that's fine. Like that could happen. In terms of the volume, meaning like in terms of the criteria that we're talking about, sorry, I'm backing up for a second. Went a little off script, if you will. I was describing how I thought they were similar and how it's kind of similar and it's kind of different from what we may expect in a buy-in. So there's a lot of similarities in the buy-in in that you're getting a nice bounce, pretty decent volume on these moves in terms of like consistency. Nothing is overly high on the push-ups, although we are getting a lot of these kind of pointed distributive like tops. You know, you can't really ignore that stuff when you see it. You have to kind of just take it as it is. If it's walking out of the creeks, and it's doing that, you can see visually like it's definitely like pushing and making new highs. The creek's like turned up now. It's not down here anymore, right? That's the old one. And it might have to go back to it, but for now it's like gone, right? You see that resistance has been pushed. It seems very controlled, like there's not really an effort to really drive the price too high, too fast. And typically what we get is that buy-in, that bigger buy-in, and then the bigger backup. And I'm just going to speculate based on what we're visually seeing here and like where this other major arc is. When I flipped it over, it's easier to see it. This is the creek right here. They may be going back towards right there. So if there's going to be like a big buy-in and then a big drop, I'm going to suggest that it's probably going to come at earnings instead of going up fast. So right now I've got it doing like a fast route to get there, but a slower route might be to just kind of take this parabolic up to like near 5, so maybe get it to like 490s. That would make sense. That's like a high liquid center. Go ahead and do the backup to 450s. Maybe 460s is a better one because that's a stronger support. And then come back up and basically be near 5 on earnings. It seems very likely as a possibility. And that would kind of finish off what I would see as a potential for a rising accumulation model, in that you can get that big push up. Some folks are going to look at this, think like, well, it has to be over here. It doesn't matter to me. At this point in the game, I don't really care if I'm off by a few days or not. The speculation surrounding where is it at earnings is always going to be speculation. So there's a pattern that I'm looking for, though. So if it happens sooner than later, great. Now, if this is a top and it doesn't go any further, then we don't want to see it drop down below probably that 424. So if this is where we get that bigger drop, we don't want to see it back up and completely lose the creek. So we would see it kind of come back down here. That is another possibility that I'm totally like, yeah, let's go. You know, so stronger confirmation was building out a support above 440. Ask the question, is it doing that? Has it done what it needs to do in building a support at 440? Kind of. Yes and no. Well, it's trading there, Booksy. Is not enough. You know, I don't want to zoom in all the time and look at the chart too close, but you got to just kind of take it for what it is. You're getting a lot of these push-ups that are just kind of selling right back down through. We are advancing, which is good. And that's what you want to see in the buy-in accumulation. You want to see the buy-ins with the let go being really light and not coming back through supports. We're seeing that. So it's definitely a positive. But your operator is always going to be obscure. Like they're always going to have things that look kind of messy, and this has that messy look to it. It's got the big push-ups with the drives back underneath 442. So there's been a deliberate effort, and I marked this off a while ago, you know, because we were talking about when you drop down and you kind of buy back in, it should return back to that ceiling, and that's where we are. And so here's where the Wyckoff in me gets uncertain. So there's a lot of similarity. I'm saying there could be a couple possibilities for where that bigger backup happens, which creek is hit, you know, so on and so forth. This is a possibility right here, in my opinion. This would be like a good one. And maybe up here, okay? At like the 460 mark. That's another good one. If it does decide to have a stronger reaction, okay? Off of this floor. But all of that being said, I have to be a little bit cautious because the Wyckoff in me says that you don't really know for sure that this is actually what you think it is, like this rising accumulation model. This could very well be an auto reaction right here to 441, a sell down that then goes below that trend, breaks the trend, and then it goes into like a phase B top. Seems a little too fast, but it's definitely possible. And so if that's the case, the rest of this becomes, again, high speculation in terms of, oh, you think it's going to stop there? Why can't it come back down? Well, it can, you know. And I could look at other stuff. We'll probably take some time to do that today and look at RSI and all the other stuff that we can look at. Where are we with our EMAs? Where are we with all that stuff? We'll check it out at some point. But on the whole, it's not impossible, you know, that this is an auto reaction support that was built out, phase B top, and then you're still going to have a drive down, you know. And this is what I was saying about IWM. It's like, yeah, it made a positive move instead of a negative move on Monday, but I don't know if it's just propping it up, and it's still technically not broken out yet. It hasn't come back and built support above 222.60, and it, again, it's like, yeah, it could still technically break this falling or this flag and head low. So I have my doubts that I'm like 100% wrong about what happened just because of one day. It's kind of like, well, you don't know for sure, you know. Operators, and they just do this, right? They're gonna, and everybody does this. It makes sense. They're gonna take it up in order to sell, see if they can find sellers. So if they find the sellers and they want to take it low again, I still think that even in the midst of the possibility of a ascending accumulation, I'm going to get rid of that now. I think we know what that looks like. Most of us do at this point. Even in the midst of that, there's definitely still an opportunity here for shenanigans. You know, if this didn't hold, for example, and go back up, this could easily be like a breakdown model as well. You know, and a breakdown model in this case isn't necessarily all bad. It could just be, again, phase B coming back down to create a spring and then go in election time, right? Because we know that they're padded really close together. They're too close in some ways. I don't know what they're going to do. Few days apart, right? But like, it wouldn't take more than a couple days to kind of drive the price low and get a spring and then just hard reverse it. So we've got a really busy week coming up for AMC. Okay, GME I feel very similar about. I felt like there was a strong enough chance that it could go ahead and come back down here and get to the $20 mark, and instead it just blatantly just took off. Right now, some of you who are in GME are probably like, yes, finally. I got to be honest with you, you know, on the whole, GME, that breakout looks really good compared to AMC's breakout. There's like not really a lot to question here, you know. For me, it's like, oh, it's a massive wedge breakout. Now, is it possible that just like we were talking about head fake down with a reversal, could you have a head fake up with a reversal? Sure. What's the criteria for not doing that, Booksy? 2310, you know. Oh, that's the level you talk about. You know, you've been talking about. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's gonna have to get back above that 2310 marker here. And I actually had this kind of built out earlier as a possibility before we kind of did that dip, that we might come up right here. And this is what I was looking at. This was a while back. Now, I guess it was before, you know, it was right when we were starting to distribute here. We were talking about maybe coming back and what that might look like. So it did jump. I mean, it jumped the creeks, all of them. It looks really good. You know, if you're going to be constantly doubting everything in the market, you're never going to make money. To me, like, the only problem with GME right now is the volume. So I think that the volume is okay, but it's definitely not like big breakout volume that you would expect. Like even back here, this volume in September on the 20th like eclipsed what we're seeing right now, and that's saying something, right? So there's a little bit of an issue with volume right now. So much like AMC, I kind of expect there to be some kind of a drag back down. So if we were going parabolic again, we were talking about on AMC, maybe if you do that parabolic move, you could get the drag back down to like 420s, or you could push up a little higher and then drag back down to 460s. And that's assuming that you don't go down and make a new low, you know what I mean, for a spring. And GME is kind of the same way. It came right up to 2310 again, and then it just kind of sat there. I mean, it kind of poked its little head over it looks like, and then it just kind of dripped right back through. So if there's any doubt that's where we need to go, that's definitely it. And that is, again, like a double top right now. So what we want to see is, locally, is that we want to see it kind of find a place to back up to. I think this creek that I've got on the screen actually looks pretty good. So right here, yeah, probably backing up and double checking the support at 2172 would be logical. And I would love to see a stronger buy-in there. So if we're talking about maybe, I mean, I have it drawn like really fast too. This looks like it would be done like this week. Just keep going. But I do think that once you get above 2310, you pretty much got a very strong chance of just kind of hitting here and like taking off. So I think there's a really good reason why we would still need to come back down and check that. I need to check this ice level here. I'm going to jump that too. Maybe 50-50 it. Use it as a, they did that here. They kind of use it as an anchor for a wave. So, somewhat similar. Yeah, I mean, it looks about right. That is a 50-50 right there from that top down to 2175. So that would be retesting the top. If that seems complicated to you, just know that it's not complicated. You'll just be going back to retest the top from over here. It's a defined range. This has been a range for a little while, so you can see that. Why do you have to do that? Well, you don't. I mean, in theory, technically, when AMC took off or when GME took off, these kind of backups right here where they just kind of go back, check the level, and then buy in and keep going, they absolutely can just keep going. But the key indicator is volume, right? And I'm not seeing like a huge buy-in after that dip. The volume stayed really low and weak and kind of kept buying up. And then it got sold down really hard when it approached this ceiling again. And then it kind of raced up and then got sold down again. You know, it's like we're kind of keeping it pinned beneath 2280 for now. And the volume isn't really pouring in just yet. So I got to just kind of default use volume as an indicator here and just say, well, it's decent. It's not bad. It's higher than like it was down here on average. It's not huge breakout volume. And so like that's the main difference, I guess, between seeing something like that back here. We saw something very similar in September on the 20th. That's a really similar backup right there, isn't it? You know, to what you're seeing right here at 2180. This was backing up at that time to 2140. So it's just a big push up, quick back up, and then run. But the volume is substantial, right? And then once it finally reaches its top, it does range and eventually come back down. And, you know, there's just no follow through. The volume evaporates and it's gone. So when you're thinking about like run up, volume is going to be a markup. Volume is going to be high. It has to be really high consistently. The backups to the creeks or the backups to supports, those are the only places you should have like really low volume. If you have falling volume as you're running up, that's not really a good sign. That's kind of what I'm seeing right here. The volume's just kind of dipping a bit. So we either see a big volume pickup after this big run up on GME, or it's probably going to be topping here and then coming back down in preparation for elections. And I think that's all there is to it. I don't really think it's that complex. Um, yeah, didn't go the way I thought it was going to go, and I'm not like angry about it. It does look like they left a gap though, which is always not fun. Sorry for that groany moany thing. Yeah, so they left a gap pretty low. So this is another instance of like, well, uh, yes, it did jump the creeks, but I know I hate it. I hate it myself. It looks like this one wasn't retested, so yeah, man, I just don't like leaving stuff unattended, I guess. It just feels like it's necessarily going to come back to it. Maybe it's not now, maybe it's after elections and a bigger run up. I think you can speculate about it. Maybe we got a lot of time, so could it come all the way back down to 2070 before takeoff? Sure, you know. There's it would be hard to say it couldn't do that when there's like a really clear and obvious gap, and then there's also no check on this push here, so there's a clear lack of checking in this area going down. So in theory, sure. So there's another spot. So we're thinking about the same thing kind of on AMC, because we were saying it could come back here and just stop, or it could continue back to the bottom. So that's proportionally kind of the same type move, in terms of like where we could be on that particular time frame. It looks different, but that's because this is like zoomed out more, because this is actually November 8th down here, and then November 8th is over here on GME. So if you were looking at this from that point of view, auto reaction, bottom, phase B, could be, yeah. You could definitely you have enough time here that you could build out like a whole downward motion into a spring. Maybe this is where it comes back and checks the red marker that it didn't get. It really wasn't the level so much as it was the rising trend there that I was kind of concerned about. There were levels that I thought if it broke down here, the low levels where I thought it would go. But in terms of like that trend, it's not that low. And that would have only been like 1998. And now it would be like $20 or something, 2020, something like that. And that could provide you with a spring. Some of you guys are like, why? Why do we have to come back down, Booksy? You don't have to, okay? If you hear me say like you have to do something, it's usually because I'm thinking that it's very likely, or it's like high probability that you're going to do something. That 2076 still stands. It's where the gap was. I know that that's a bit weird, because it seemed like I pulled that number out of thin air when we were doing those triangulations. But if you can't remember why I had 2076 on the chart, it was because there was like 1, 2, 3, I think, trajectories that were intersecting 2076. It seemed like the market, supply, demand, whatever you want to call it, okay? I often call it the bears when we're below it and the bulls when the bears when we're above it and the bulls when we're below it. But those markers are just telling you like this is the general trend that we're kind of aiming for. If they're consistently aiming for the same marker, you can triangulate that, and it gives you an idea of where it might go. Like this is an example of that right here. Do you see how the initial trend is just driving the price up? And once that trend does the correction, it goes right back up. So yeah, is there a way to triangulate this type of move? Yeah, you look at the drop down. Where did it drop from? Okay, we're going to try to get back there. Well, we took a detour. Now we do a big slingshot. We get right back there. AMC did the same thing right here. It's no different. It's just that AMC didn't take a big detour, did it? Like that's the detour right there. And it's pretty light and mild. But it's the same concept. Like you're looking at a triangulation of this is where we dropped from, and then this is the direction that we were trying to like head in here, and you're going to end up getting back there hopefully at some point. As you know, we've done this on other stocks. Sometimes it works really well and sometimes it doesn't. WTO was one that we did it on, and it was like, man, that looks like it could pop really high, but it just kept avoiding going back up. It didn't finish any of the curves. So does this work? Yes. Does it work 100% of the time? No. How do you confirm it? You really wait for the creek jump, which was right here, and then that backup would have been the buy-in, potentially. And then, yeah, after that, it's kind of just like a double top, really. We saw that before Friday, so that wasn't anything substantially like crazy. This is different because GME took a lot longer route getting there in that drop down. Remember what we're looking for, and this is the big picture important kind of part, right? We talked about this a little bit last week, and since this is the first stream I've done this week, I just want to repeat, this is kind of what we're looking for right here. So if you can see a similarity in what we've got now to what we have here, I think that's a wise comparison. A lot of folks, when they do stuff with something like a bars pattern, right, is they're thinking only in terms of like maybe a linear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 comparison. So one of the things that I see with a lot of bars pattern analysts, and I do it a little bit here and there, but like I try not to do this anymore because it's a little bit misleading, because what you're really talking about is levels, right? And like checks that are being made. And so a lot of folks will go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10 is the breakout or something. So they would mark like the tops and bottoms and say it has to look like this. Well, in reality, yeah, there's some truth to that. Like it can look just like that. Sometimes these don't quite work out that way, right? Like you could look at something like that and mistakenly think that this is going to be the same exact thing, you know, or something like that, because you're just looking at numbers. Things like don't always have to be that way, where it's like, oh, this made a higher high, this made a lower high. That's not true. Like that doesn't have to be the case. What matters is the waveform, right? And this is what I was mentioning last week, is like what matters is the levels that are brought through here are super, super, super important. So if we're looking at this, again, helicopter point of view, if you want something similar to what you have here, you can do it right now on this really small iteration. You can have a bigger iteration do it, but the big picture has to be it works, which is very simply like this idea that it jumped a creek. So I'm going to use the yellow here as an established trend just to help me use it for visuals. That it comes up and it makes a new high. It's advancing when it gets to the other side. Those are the things you want to look for. This is just a basic wave pattern. You have a established resistance right here. It's generating what we call a creek. Sometimes that creek is just a literal trend in the market. Sometimes it's a little more flexible, but it's establishing a creek, right? I think in this case, it's a bit flexible. There's kind of two. You're pushing down low. This is the bottom of the wave here. It jumps the creek, and then it advances over the top resistance, right, where it broke down. Both of them are checked, and both are broken. When it backs up, it doesn't go back below the bottom here, right? It holds the support. So it's advancing, and then it's holding the support. That's super straight 101 TA. Observational TA is still TA. Pushing a high, coming back and making a higher low, that's still technical analysis. That's telling you what? That we're changing directions, because previously you were making lower lows, lower highs. Here you make a higher low for the first time, maybe in a little bit. And again, I'm comparing it to the May breakout. If you don't know where this came from, the more recent May breakout. You make a higher low, you push across the creek. Once it jumps the creek, it's, again, returning back to these levels, just like we are here, right? There's an established trend. It goes away from it. You see that? Pushed away from it to try to get to a new low. It doesn't. It makes a higher low. And I think we made a slightly higher low here. So very similar, right? Again, I missed it. You know, we're talking about this as an up thrust and possibly being like a distributive action on Monday. But it made that slightly higher low, you know. So bigger picture, go ahead and it meets up at the top. one of the things that's very important here is that this exceeds the top. It typically has more strength if it does that, and it typically kind of denotes that, yes, we're changing direction, because we're no longer bound by this previous trend or these supply markers when they were dropping down. It's bulls deliberately going back up to check that level and push it. Did we do that right now? No, it's still lower. So what that tells me is that when we back up, it's still very, very, very important that we hold, right, that previous support, which is pretty low. You know, when I go and look at it, it's down here at 2050. That's like the bottom. And then the secondary place where it might hold, again, we just marked it off, is like this 2068. That's correct. That's the level. It's the same marker like that you might see here, right, in terms of a higher low. So we're on point, right? We're on track to potentially make a real serious bottom here and to advance. I'm just going to separate that out a little bit so we can just visually see that better. But we're missing a couple little things. We're missing that higher push. It's not there. We didn't exceed, like it looks like 2364. It has yet to go above that. We just kind of went back and checked the supply level right here where it's sold off. I think we pushed above that. I do think we did do that because we pushed above 2310, which is fine. It went back and checked it. I'm just not seeing like a huge advance yet. There's no advance. So maybe that's still in store. I think we were talking about that on AMC, like, hey, if it went parabolic here, where would it go? Well, maybe it just goes to 450. And a lot of people are looking at max pain like, well, that's where it's going to go. Well, maybe. We have a lot of time this week. You could see a big push up here that advances over 469, which would be kind of the next level. Maybe 470, but that's about right. Maybe it advances over 469. It backs up Friday to 450. That pretty much is the same thing I just drew. It's just not quite as high, but it just needs to make that advancement. Does that make sense? That motion right here is the same concept as like us going up again here, advancing it a little bit, and then potentially coming back pretty far. I mean, this could go all the way back down to 2072 based on what we're seeing. So I know that looks like there's a lot of like disconnect here and like, well, what's possible? What's going to happen? It's not really that complicated. We want to see an advancement above the previous top at some point, which is 2360s. Okay. You want to see if it's healthy, it really healthy. Maybe it doesn't go back below 22 again. Okay. Or 2170, right? Just to be a little more generous with that. That's where you would want to see it not kind of break back down. And if it does break back down, it's not the end of the world, but you probably are then in a spring mode where you're then going to have to see what happens when it goes back below the floor, maybe around 2030s, okay? And that could be, again, an instance where maybe that happens going into an election if that's what the operator desires. I could definitely see that as a possibility, so... The operator being like the biggest emu in the bird park. Okay. So I actually think this is a pretty decent setup. I'm not particularly anxious about anything. I'm just kind of waiting to see how it finishes and builds out. I'm very open-minded about it. I don't feel strongly that, I'm not like worried that I was off about the flipping here on Monday. It just, I mean, AMC barely moved. It wasn't like a huge deal, but, you know, IWM and GME both kind of advanced pretty far, and that doesn't necessarily mean you're out of the woods yet. It's just, okay, we're in a higher position. Now we have to make different moves. So I had pretty crazy couple of days, and I didn't talk about it very much, but really just kind of car issues and stuff. So we picked up a rental car this morning for my wife to drive, and I put the other one in the shop. It's not a horrible situation. It's just we fixed our AC back in June or something, and it's starting to act up, and they think it might be a default. The part that they put in was bad, so they're going to, if it's bad, they'll replace it for free. But something's off, so we we took it back in and yeah, I had to get a rental because my truck is not doing well either. It's just a lot of car problems. Because yesterday I went to Kung Fu and I drove out there and it takes me a really long time to get there. So it's like a 4-hour ordeal. And I was gonna come back and do a stream yesterday, but when I was on the way back, I noticed when I stopped the car there was some steam, and I'm like, well, that's not good, you know. The engine wasn't overheated or anything. I went and looked at it, and it didn't smell like anything. I'm like, well, it's water, so it's either the radiator or the AC. And I'm like, I think it's just the AC because the AC had stopped working. I'm like, well, it's probably just the AC, so something's going on. I just took it right over to the shop yesterday. They took a look and they were like, yeah, we're not gonna be able to fix it right now. If you want to bring it, bring it back, we'll put it in. And so it's just kind of crazy, like 48 hours. So I was just completely out yesterday, like all day, running around doing stuff, and then running around this morning. Hopefully it works out. It's always like the worst times, you know? It's like you're trying to get stuff done and that's when crap hits the fan. And you're like, oh, okay. Now I got to deal with this other financial crisis, you know? So, yeah. All right, I'm looking at you guys' comments now. What's the deal, Uncle Milty? Not pointed at you? Deceive and control who? You? Well, like I can't tell you what to think or like how to think, but you have obviously that's your free will, your choice. And but the thing is like the problem, maybe one of the issues with that is like I can't really comment on what you're saying because I don't know if there's some kind of conspiracy. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I'm not exactly a very popular person on by any means, but also like, and I'm not in on these like private conversations or something, but also like even if I was, like there's nothing I could say to somebody who's, I know it's a lack of a better word here, but there's a paranoia that's involved in that. And like, I can't, somebody who thinks that you're in on something, or like if they think that everybody's conspiring against them, it doesn't have to be like this huge conspiracy. It could just be like a quiet relational thing too. Everything you say is going to sound like less genuine and more manipulative to somebody that's in that mindset. So, you're going to have a difficult time trusting anybody if you're kind of coming at it like there's some kind of a big overarching conspiracy with everything. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you could be right. But I think it would probably be better, and I'm not in a position to really give you any real advice, but it might be better just to take everybody as they come and see what's what. I wouldn't really have any real desire to, like, for example, like me thinking this could run up to $13 or $9 in the shorter term. To me, that's not like controlling, because I'm presenting you with this is what I think is going to happen kind of thing. I'm a human being. Like, I could be wrong. I've been wrong plenty of times in the past. I'll be wrong in the future. I'll make mistakes. I'm doing the best I can. That I can assure you. But the best I can isn't the best I'll ever do. I can always do better. Meaning I can learn and grow and get more skill, and then you'll do better, right? It's not complicated. It's simple. And so I would extend that same olive branch and that same kind of manner of thinking to other people on YouTube who probably are doing the best they can. Maybe they can do better. The only thing that maybe I don't really like with anybody, any personality, it's kind of just a turnoff for me, and I'm not talking in like some weird euphemistic way. I just mean like it's just something I just don't really like personality wise. I don't jive with it because it just doesn't resonate true to me. Is folks that kind of think they've arrived and they just sort of act like they have all the answers, and they're not. They think that the best they can do is the best anyone can do. And frankly, like even the greatest minds on the planet to some degree don't act like that. And I've never met a person who acts like that who actually delivered on those promises. Except maybe like Simone Biles or something, like I don't know, like some like Olympian or something who's just like the most decorated medalist ever. Like sure, if they have a moment where they're a little bit arrogant, okay, I can forgive it because they're following through on that. But even those folks, and Simone Biles is like that. She had that documentary on Netflix and all that stuff. She's not perfect. She had like mental issues that she was dealing with and struggles that she was dealing with, and she has moments of weakness like anybody else, and she's open about it. And it's like that to me that's part of what being human is. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you're kind of blanket looking at YouTubers and saying you're in on it, you're in on it, I don't know, man. Maybe just look at people individually, and if they're doing the best they can and they're acknowledging that they can still improve, then you're getting like that's as much as you can get from any person ever in any relationship. Like nobody can do better than their best at that time. And then if somebody to say like I'm doing the best I possibly can, like they're actually giving you 100% of what they can give you, that's amazing. But then to go a step further and to say, but they are still improving, that just tells you that they're human and that they're willing to acknowledge that they're not perfect. And that's like that's phase 2, right? Like I'm doing the best I can, but I'm not stagnant. Like I'm not just going to settle for what I have. I think folks that maybe milk, if you want to use that word, that maybe milk the community, they may do okay, like they kind of maybe halfway do it. They sort of do as much as they need to do, so they're not doing the best they can necessarily, and then they really don't have any desire to grow. Like they're content to just kind of take advantage of people for whatever purpose they want to take advantage of people for, and then that's that. And I think that's true and way beyond just this industry, way beyond just like the stock market AMC stuff. Like that's true of any personality, People get really complacent where they think they're kind of like the bee's knees. They don't need to improve, and then they just kind of do what works. And that just doesn't resonate with me, They do what works to kind of take advantage is what I meant. There's nothing wrong with developing a system that works and then just sharing that system. That system doesn't have to be altered every step of the way. But acknowledging like, okay, well, I have a system, it works pretty well. That's fine. Use it. You want consistency, So, I don't know. That was a weird conversation to have, but it's a good little topic, I guess, for a minute. I would just, and I'm not going to be able to sit here and be like, yes, I'm genuine, like, you can't, it's like walking around telling people that you're humble or something. Like, that's not, it's like the antithesis of the word, You can't be like, I'm a genuine person. It's like, I am, but it's, saying it doesn't make it more or less true. Like, it doesn't do anything, so, my goal in all this was never to, it would always be great. Like there were times where people would come up to me, and I've had it happen half a dozen times in my experience, maybe like 6 to 7 times, where someone comes up to me and they say, I made like a boatload of money on this call out or that call out. And I'm like, well, that's great. I've also had people come up to me and say, well, I'm now going to do the inverse Booksy thing because you're wrong. You know, they think I'm wrong more often than I'm not or something. And I'm like, okay. Okay. You know, what do you do with that responsibility? I mean, that's really all you can do. If you were in my shoes, you can either quit and be like, all right, well, I'm getting tired of this. I'm just gonna quit, or you can keep going. But you got to have some reason to keep going. And if it's, you know, I want to help people and it feels great, that's fine. You know, if the only reason I kept going was because I want people to make a ton of money, I don't know if I would. Part of me thinks that's kind of a lesser, for me personally, not everybody, but for me personally, that's not like a lesser calling that I have. I don't really feel like that's something that matters as much. I want people to have peace of mind. And I'm sharing what I'm doing because I don't know, I guess. I figured if I'm going to get on this wagon and try to relearn, I should say, because I used to do it a lot, really relearn everything and build on knowledge and get better to a place where I can trade comfortably, you know, and soundly and make good money, then there's nothing wrong with just kind of doing that with a community of people. Anyways, I digress. So we talked about GME a little bit. We talked about AMC a bit. We talked about IWM a bit. I haven't really touched on some of the lesser known ones, I suppose, or the lesser desired ones maybe perhaps on this channel. So one of the lesser desired ones is MPW. They still haven't released their earnings yet. Not really sure what to expect there. Typically, earnings, even on the red earnings, has given it quite a bit of a pop. I think that the overall goal with that usually is to drive the price up, maybe into the next top or into the next dividend date is what we've seen. Like there's a lot of driving into dividend dates on this. It makes sense. You know, if you're going to pump the stock, do it on earnings and then sell off after you get your dividend or whatever, you know, like that's logical to me. From a helicopter standpoint, we sort of already talked about this quite a bit. I did a comparison with AMC. I feel like there's a strong sense of continuity with this, with what happened in 2020 on AMC, and I did that comparison a week ago or so, and there's not much else to say about it right now, except that unfortunately, perhaps for myself and maybe for some others who are really looking for this as a really strong play, I think it's a strong play, but I think that timing is one of those things that it's the carrot in front of the pig, you know, it's like the carrot on the leash or something, you know, whatever the analogy you want to use. It feels like chasing the dragon's tail kind of thing, like, you know, people talk about the dragon eating itself or whatever, dog chasing its own tail, where you're kind of always leaning into a particular idea and then you see it like shifting, and so you're kind of following behind it and you're seeing that it's shifting as it's going, and a lot of those original ideas that you had start becoming less and less realistic as you go along, you know, because some of that is obscured by time. I mean, as the things progress, as situations change in the market, stocks can have a very drastic change in terms of their timing. And I think that what we saw here back in October, though it didn't come to fruition the way that I thought it would, it did ultimately ended up hitting one of those trajectories, but it was really low. And one of the things that really stands out to me about that move is the question of, like, we always ask these questions, like, was it inevitable, or was it determined? Was it going to always do this, always do that? I don't know. And I don't know if the answer really matters that much. But as a trader in this market, you know, I see something like this and I'm like, could it have pushed up into October, the week of October 2nd? our seventh. And my answer, looking back on it, is still yeah. Was it always going to go down? I don't know. Maybe. That's possible. But if I look at it as inevitable paths, then I can't be objective about what happened here in this area in terms of like supply versus demand. Like what happened, right? Well, it did have an upthrust and then it fell through the creek. There's no doubt in my mind it jumped that major trend. I mean, it did. 100% it jumped it. Could have been the breakout moment. Absolutely could have, but the volume didn't show up, and it formed a distributive top. The wedge didn't break to the upside; it broke to the downside, and as a result, came back below and sunk below that creek, seemingly on like no news, like a nothing news kind of thing. It was because some director sold like 20,000 shares or something, and you're like, well, then obviously it's going to go down. Okay, maybe that was a bad omen, but at the same time, just looking back on it, it's like, was I completely off my rocker based on a certain amount of TA here? It's like, no. I mean, I made that call out that it could be at $8 way back when, early in the year, way before all this stuff had built out. And then the fact that it got to that breakout, it almost seemed like too good to be true, and it was. And it's a strange feeling to be that close and to not get it quite right is frustrating. But there were other things here, like as we observed, that were really similar to 2020 on AMC. And I started looking at that and I'm like, AMC did the same thing. That's what really made me step back and say, this is interesting, because AMC did the same thing in 2020. The market started advancing after the COVID run on that first M cross, the first big one, first big wave up and down, up, down, up. And then AMC did not. It stopped short of it. It did not advance. And then it retreated and went low for a spring. And then that is what got us into that November, December region in 2020 on AMC. While SPY, IWM are going up. They're starting to make new all-time highs. It's like the market took off without AMC. But really, it was like AMC left its wallet in the car and had to go back to the parking lot to get it. That's kind of the way I was like, well, yeah, they were late, but they actually ended up early. It's weird, right? Because AMC had a rocket car. So, like they took off, and then AMC hits all-time highs 6 months before SPY gets there. And that's weird, because if you only look at like a certain time period, it's almost as if, yeah, AMC's behind. But if you look at it as a whole, it's like, no, it was actually behind and then it was ahead, and vice versa, right? Depending on what you have proclivity towards. So it's like, I find that to be really fascinating, because we're talking about sitting over here at GME, this concept of like slingshots, and how sometimes the advancement right here just advances. It just goes. And this is what happened, for IWM back on like, what was it, the 13th of September or whatever. And then, AMC and GME both get stuck and dive and just kind of go low. And then it happened again and again and again. It's like you have the repeated pushes against the creek and they're not advancing. This M cross is always one of two things. It's either going to be that, yeah, it advances the creek and it holds it and then it goes into an S curve, or it tops off and then it drops. So I apply that logic to AMC and GME, and it really helps me to understand the movement, because when I don't see it, I don't feel the need to buy in. When I don't see that hold support, I don't see that move. As soon as that breaks down, I'm like, all right, experience shows that this is typically where what's going to happen. It's going to come back down to the bottom. And so you look at these kind of motions here on these bottoms, like we were looking at that comparison bottom too a minute ago. It's all really similar to what you see in 2020 on AMC, like really similar, right? Because it's essentially the same concept. And this is another reason why I don't like, not to be crass or point fingers or anything, this is another reason why I really don't like the model that a lot of people present of like a fixed sequence of events with zero explanation as to why it deviates here and there. They're like, oh, well, now it's a deviation and we don't know why. It's like, No, we know why, because buyers didn't buy in. Oh, well, no, it must have been because the operator didn't want to go. Well, it's the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, they're the big buyer. Yeah, I mean, so whether or not it's predetermined or if it's happening in the moment, I don't really particularly care because as a trader, I will never know. And that's kind of the difference in saying, like, the sequence has to work out this way versus this way. So when I look at like MPW and I'm looking at the big picture, I'm like, yeah. So you take that creek line and you just apply it and you say, all right, this is it. You know, this is what we've got. We don't have anything else right now to lean back on. Maybe it doesn't go that low, but that's where it's at. There's some other parallels it could hold. But what did happen right here is it advanced and then it distributed. And it did it on weakness. There was less volume here on this push up. Just didn't happen. There's the double M top. Maybe, you know, we can say maybe it'll go again. Maybe. But typically, like if it tries to make that second advancement, and then once you see that breakdown happen, it's like, all right, that's that, you know. So I have no doubt that the ice right now is right below us at like 445. And I think if you lose that, you're definitely going to try to probably go down sub 4. I think that would be the desire. If it can hold here, sure. Could this be like a throwback, double bottom? Yeah. But it has to still advance the creek again. So then you're back to the same dilemma of like, well, crap, it didn't actually hold the advancement, right? So when I look at this, I'm not particularly concerned, except for my little fun experiment, which didn't work. I'm not particularly concerned that this didn't go up. It's more like, okay, I've seen this before. It's happened multiple times across the market. It happens all over the place in all stocks. If it can't stage the advancement and it can't hold that jump, you know, it's got to either make that remarkable recovery, in which case it was kind of a bear trap, or it's going to go down. And if it goes down, it goes down, you know, like it's essentially going to go back to the bottom, auto reaction, support at 413, phase B top. Simple enough. Now it could go down, make a new phase B bottom, or make a new low. Could be an LPS where it doesn't come down all the way. Could be a spring where it comes down all the way. And that's where I'm at with MPW. I would love to have been 100% right and seen this kind of hold here and then break out. That would have been the big wow moment, you know, of the year for me. But it didn't happen. And maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Long term, we'll find out. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe there's a reason that long term that's going to be better for me. I don't know. You know, had this gone, I think it would have gone up to like $8. And I think it makes sense. I don't really find that to be a big question. So sometimes when you get something wrong like that, I don't think it's worth pouting about or making it seem like it was a bigger deal than it really was. Like the breakout wasn't confirmed until here, and then it didn't confirm. And then it has this big throwback, and it's coming back down to check these other creeks, and you're like, well, could it still go? I mean, it could, but it's got to hold like right now, you know? It's just like, I don't know. It's still not confirmed. That's not my fault. It's just the way that it is. It got close, but it didn't quite make it. So maybe they have a killer earnings and this just short squeezes and it just flies. And in the grand scheme of things, is that possible? Yeah, but I'm not sure yet. And all I can do is kind of look at this and say, I still think personally, long term, MPW is a really good value. I don't think the company, the real estate investment trust that owns all these medical properties in like 11 countries across the world, and like, you know what I mean? Like it's a multi-billion-dollar opportunity for them if they don't botch it up to have a really successful company. The only reason this came down was because of the steward thing. That's the main reason. And because of allegations of wrongdoing against their company, which they've cleared their name already, that short seller investigation that they did, it's already done. Like it's finished. They published the results finally to the public. It's done. You know, it's got hundreds of millions of shares are bought by, it's a 70 something percent ownership by institutions. They're buying low. I don't see this as oh, it's going to go to zero kind of a thing. Like, it just doesn't seem that way to me. Fair market value keeps changing. Analyst values are going to change. Analysts might say, oh, it's only going to be at 5 or 550 in a year. Fair market value is a little different, and that has to do with like things like, again, what was lost here versus what the company actually lost. There was something like $12 billion in market cap lost here. But then they found out that when they delivered the results, really only $2 billion was lost cash value because of the Steward thing. So what's that mean? That means there's a $10 billion overcorrection. Like, it was over the top, the sell-off, right? And just looking at the general basis of that, where the major costs or where the major trading is happening is up here at 12. And that's really where roughly that fair market value might be. So it's like, I don't think that means that you should buy it. But I do think that for me personally, that's where I'm at. So even if it came back down to $3, you're not going to hear me complain about it. You're not going to hear me like whine about, oh, what about October or this? I mean, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. It got pretty darn close, and it got really close to the breakout. We hit like 640 or 650 or something. I mean, it was incredible the way I assumed that position because of certain things, you know. Is it great lucratively for me right now? No, I'm not going to lie about it. But, you know, same folks before were mocking me back here at 450, and then it ran up to 6 something, you know, and I was able to get a better position and take some cash off the table. So I don't think it's a dead play. I think the timing of it's just different. Now, WTO is one that I've had mixed feelings about. Actually, this is not the right chart for that. I'm going to pull it up on the right chart because it has my little doodles and stuff on it. So WTO is the one, I think it's this one right here. Yeah. WTO is the one I have mixed feelings about. So I entered it on the same precipice that we're talking about right now. We've been talking about this morning quite a bit on AMC and GME. Like, when you drop off from a level, if there's a substantial buy-in on that curve, you often can have a really strong reaction back to the upside to meet that original sell-down point. In the grand scheme of things, you know, if I were looking at it in a very proper range, I think some people would just say, oh, that's just the auto reaction. It's not always the case that's where it is, because sometimes it's not so much of an auto reaction as it is just like a, I don't know, a better way to call it might be even like a hook or like a wave completion, because sometimes it's not quite one-to-one with like a range. It could be a little bit of an angle. And actually, we had thought originally that might happen here, and it didn't necessarily have to be like a major auto reaction that defined a range, though it could be. We thought it may come back up to as much as $1.30, you know, back in this area, maybe even a little bit higher depending on what happens because of the way the waveform's set up. So when I entered this, I entered it around 65 down to like 50 cents or something, with some bought a little higher. The idea was that you'd be coming into a potential bottom and then coming all the way back up. So it looks like a huge play, like, oh, you're going to make a ton of money, right? And then what happened is it didn't. You're like, well, what happened? Well, it was very like clear. It didn't have a hidden breakdown or something. It went up and then it broke back below the support at like 58 cents. I'm talking about this for a while now because for those of you that maybe feel like you got suckered into the play, like I definitely said very clearly that if it goes below, you know, 58 cents and then it's probably going to go to 48 cents. If it goes below 48 cents, it's probably going to come down pretty low. And it has. And it's not fun. And I get it. If you're like in it and you're like, man, I bought it up here. Now it's down here. I'm like half value or something. Okay. You have to decide what you want to do. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's all peachy keen, but the nature of that breakdown was back here, you know. It repeatedly walked through here. I mean, there was multiple up thrusts that just failed to get back over 50 cents. So ever since then, moving forward, what I've said is that I don't really find it to be a very attractive buy until 55 cents. So there's a lot of folks that will ask me about it on the stream, like every time I get on. And I'm like, look, I will update you guys as much as you want, but you got to understand, like, I still don't think it's much of a great buy unless it makes this advancement here. Maybe it holds 50 cents, makes an advance over 55, you know, because that to me is that hook level. You see back here where it started dropping off the face of the earth. It really didn't go that far. That's a bit dramatic, Booksy. It was at 55 cents, okay? The reason that I've been talking about that is because if this wave completes, that's where it needs to go. What we've already experienced has been a reaction back up to about 50 cents, more like 48 cents, which is these lower marks. So it has yet to make an effort. I wouldn't say an effort, but it's yet to make any kind of a drag through the others. So when I go back and I look at this big picture, what occurred to me to point out to you guys the other day when we were talking about it last time we talked about it was it kind of was doing the same thing again. Like this motion right here, it may be a little challenging to see it, but this is the same basic breakdown model, the same distributive model. We call it like the stiletto, but it's there. Like it's the same thing. You get this kind of pointed heel on the bottom, then you get the nice high top, and then it goes into this weird like shallow S-curve kind of thing where it's got the S-curve, but it's kind of rounded and strange. And you see the same exact thing right here. What's interesting is this actually does complete. It sort of becomes a longer driven model here. But it does complete. There's an S-curve right there coming down from the top. All right, you can see it pretty clearly. But the motion is this distributive action up to the upside, and then it kind of comes down, it bows out shallow at the end. I call it shallow because it looks really wide. Like the way that I used to see it was like this. Like if the first drop might be really low looking, it might be really steep looking, and then the second drop is a little more shallow like this. That's more like that model. Well, you're seeing that on two different scales now, right? So we saw it on the micro, maybe right here. This is a little more regular in terms of an S-curve. It looks almost perfectly like 1-to-1 right there, like a 50-50 S-curve down. Okay, and then when it came back up, where did it go? Well, it went back to the 50% marker on the S-curve. Like, that's typically what's going to happen because, remember, this defines that motion, right? So if the S-curve is like really flat, or really regular, maybe is a better way to call it, you're probably going to see most of those breakdown values where? Where are you going to see the cat ears? Well, you're going to see them like right here in the middle. So the shallow S-curve can be very, very poignant because sometimes that shallow S-curve has a really steep drive back up. So then you get these big reactions, right? You hit the bottom and the big reaction happens and you come way back up. That's what we were kind of hoping for here, that you get that big reaction and come back up. Sometimes though, as you're aware, the S-curve is a lot more regular and the reaction could be kind of mild. It doesn't have to be like super strong, but it can come back up and just kind of meet that top. And that really defines, it's the same kind of action, right? And what you really ultimately want to see is the strongest possible move, which is a continuation, not a breakdown here. And that gives you like a massive S-curve reversal. Does this happen? Yeah. The first place I ever looked at, so again, there's the M in the middle, right? Like that's where the M cross could happen. And if it doesn't, then this just becomes like a range, or it needs to come back and retreat, you know? If it needs to retreat, then it comes back down to try to find some support. This suddenly turns into what? The same kind of bottom we were looking at AMC, GME, where it made a higher high, but it failed to advance. And this is essentially what we were talking about on that bottom for AMC and GME earlier. Like you want to see that higher push and then come back for support. If it's low, this often doesn't work that way. Usually if it's low, it's going to come back to probably some other creek over here, you know. This is usually where you get that range build out. That's what we're seeing right now. Is it's like it came up and it hit that top on that S curve, and then it just kind of meandered back down, and it's come pretty far down. And when you look at the creek on the S curve on the top, so we're trying to define like what are you looking at there, Booksy? Well, there's some kind of trajectory build out here usually that this is coming back to, and we've got it right here. So I hope you guys don't hear me and like you're like, oh, it's like make believe. You just make it up as you go. No, it's like it's legit. You know, I think this is probably it right here, right there. So that's the one that's being met, and you can see that that's the jump, and it's curving down. So if you were going to define this as another S curve, you would look at it as where did it break the arc? Simplify it. Where did it jump across? So it's bottoming here, right? It's generating a bottom, and then this is where you're starting to see that movement more naturalistically, I suppose. And we've got other things going on. So look, when I look at this, what I think about is typically like, again, the same concept. If we can make a higher low, then that's probably pretty strong. It doesn't have to go to a new low here. You know, what we find is that on AMC, this is the reason I've been so conditioned to be a fearful, and it is conditioning, is that what we found on AMC is that sometimes that's super low. And so it kind of demands, like you might gap up here, you know, and then you find out later, like it's going to come fill the gap, but it has to go really low to get to the creek. Well, that's because it's 100% dependent on like the strength of the setup in the middle. You know, if the setup in the middle is really wide, you may not have that kind of breakdown. And if there's no gap, then also you may not have that kind of breakdown. You could easily see this kind of find a support higher up. What doesn't really concern me is, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, it doesn't really concern me if it stops here. Like that in and of itself doesn't mean that it's going to necessarily drop to a new low, which is why when we were looking here, it's like, if that stops after it advances and it can get beyond like 23.63, like it pushes the resistance and then it stops, okay? Does that necessarily mean it's going to come down and make a new low? No. What matters is like what is there in the setup. Like GME right now on that wave cross here, that jump over the creek, it has a gap. I don't care if you think it's going to fill or not right this second, it's still there. And it's there on fairly weak volume. That to me is usually an institutional marker, and that makes me a little nervous. So if I saw something like that here, there could be a gap, right? That could be a determining factor. I'm going to put question mark because sometimes it's there. Is there a gap up on the response? If it's there, you got to pay attention to it. It could mean that there's a desire to come back and get that liquidity later, you know? Another thing is there a sign of weakness? Meaning like, does it come down? Does it make a weak reaction and then come down lower before going back up? You know, that sign of weakness could be something that is almost spring-like, like maybe it just didn't jump the creek and it has a little local spring. That's fine. But sometimes that sign of weakness is tied to like a distributive action up here. You have to kind of look at it in the whole and say, well, it really wasn't, maybe locally it was a spring. On the big picture, is it a spring? I don't know. It's not one-to-one. Like, it's not the same exact thing every time. One-to-one's a bad way to put it, but it's not the same thing every time. But you look at those things, right? Was there a trend established down low? Because we find that sometimes that determines later where you might go. Like if this made a low here on a spring before it took off, sometimes that matters. Because later on, like that could play into where you come back to later, you know? these are important little diagrams because they really summarize like the way that I see the bottom. It can be an SOW. I don't think it's always a sign of weakness, but sometimes it is. Because sometimes that local spring, even though it's a spring locally to get you back up, it's also your operators sort of testing the waters beneath that bottom. So they hit the bottom and then they're going back down to test the liquidity. They may have a desire to come back. Great example of that, the master fractal thing that I used from December 13th through the 17th of 2021. That has that bottom. It has that dip on the second move. And after that dip, it doesn't ever go back, but it does go back up and then redistributes back down and ends up going back down again to trade that dip. So like it can absolutely 100% be very important to pay attention to maybe a trajectory line down here as a potential. So that's another piece of this. Like it seems like a lot, but it's not that complex. Like what's the angle? You know, what's the angle of the creek, right? Is it really, really steep? Okay, cool. Well, did we check it on the way out? No? Okay, that's a problem. If you have a steep creek and you don't check it on the way out and you have a gap below, that's a big problem, you know? That could be a really big problem. That's kind of the issue that we've been seeing on AMC ever since the $3 kind of gap up. It's like, well, you know, it's not the steepest creek in the world. And so maybe you can come back to it way later, which we've been kind of summarizing as this big move up and then coming back down. But it's there. It's an issue. You can't really ignore it. I'm always more concerned when it's like a tighter setup, I guess. And then, you know, is the shallow S-curve ultimately like doing something like this where it's really steep? Again, what's the angle of that creek? And did it check it on the way back out? And this is usually the way we see it kind of play out. I need to make that a different color. But you get the idea, right? Hopefully you guys get the idea. So when I look at this stuff, it sounds like I'm doing some kind of a fractal-based analysis. Yeah, I'm looking at a bars pattern because that's what we have on the chart. We could change this, though, to a line chart, and it doesn't change a single thing. Like, it doesn't change anything about the analysis here. The build out is structured. That's what makes the waveform approach really effective. So you guys are like, well, when are you actually going to get to analyzing this? Well, I'm talking about it because this is a good diagram for understanding, I think, the way in which these are built out, right? And when I look at the big picture here, I'm like, okay, well, at the end of the day, they're still bound by this kind of trend down. You can see that, again, like it's not imaginary. We put this on the chart way before today. This is where it's at. I took it from where it was. I think we had drawn it here. We drew it like right here. And then I said, well, really, that's not the top. It should be right here. And I moved it up. And now look at where we are right now. We're like right at the top. Did it push up, make higher lows? Yes. Has it made any kind of like obvious sort of spring? Maybe. Maybe. We're going to take a look. It's followed this creek out. It's been dipping below here, struggling maybe to hold that. We're waiting to see if it's going to advance. We've got a creek that's not super steep, but it made it. There's another low down here. This is kind of unfortunate, but I don't know if it got filled, so we're going to check. It looks like it closed at 366, and then the lows does not look like it ever filled the gap there. Now, penny chart wise, do I think it's the same as in any other chart? I don't know. Some people are going to say, yeah, the gap got filled, Booksy. Look, see, it got filled. But the closing value wasn't 37. The closing value was 366. It was actually down here. So it hit a low, and then the gap starts. So it came to the top of the gap is really what happened. And that's as far as it went. So there is still a gap here. So that's an issue. You know, I don't think it's worth ignoring. Is it possible it goes down there? Maybe. Does it have to do it right this second? Maybe not. That's another thing we might consider is like, what if this is the auto reaction and then we're going to get like a really big phase B top? It's possible. So we can define this as in question because of the gap. We do have a gap there. We don't have like the steepest of, there's no major sign of weakness in terms of downside unless you count this trend, which is just really low. It's basically just, if it were to continue plummeting, you know, it'd go really low. But for now, like this seems to be the major jump that's made. The other creek is substantially steeper. That's where the gap was. So that's the one I would be the most concerned about if it didn't check it. But guess what? It checked it. So it may not have to come back like super low like that in the future. This is the one that I think is the most interesting to me. It looks like it was built out. Yeah, there on the bottom. You can see right here, like that build out coming across it and checking down. So it's like hopping over these levels. So maybe locally that's the equivalent. And I think we're right. Yeah, there it is. So I was a little off with the angle. So what this would be is like the equivalent of like the larger downward angle that we drew here. So we were making an argument that this was the same structure-wise. So if we're making that argument, we would say that this is the, I don't know what color to make it, guys, but I'm going to just pick something because I got to pick something. Let's just do like violet or something. This would be the argument that I would be making about, oh, it's the same. Maybe it does the same thing or a similar thing, right? Before turning around. So a change of character, if we think that's correct, and I think it might be, this is a really big level right here. So I think if it jumps above this, you're in really good shape. But notice that what happened on this first one is it gets the full reaction top to bottom, then it comes below. It actually does another full reaction top to bottom. This is kind of interesting because it does like another reaction top to bottom. And then this is where you're going to get lost because it's part of the same thing. And then the same thing happens right here. So this is the first reaction top to bottom, and then it goes down in the S curve and it makes the second reaction top to bottom right there. So that's the same from an iteration standpoint. And I'm going to change this to something completely different so I don't get confused. Still kind of confusing. There's a lot going on in this chart. I got like a lot of information on this bottom that I don't really need. I want the gap, so take that back. Yeah, take that one out. So yeah, it's the same marker. So see how this dropped below the trend here, tests it, jumps over the trend, and then this did the same thing. It dropped below the trend here, tests it, then it jumps over the trend and confirms it. And once that occurs, then what? This goes from the green, on the green side, is where things get kind of like, oh. In green world, this goes from the bottom now all the way back to the top. So, and then it does the same thing simultaneously with the, does the same thing simultaneously with the pink, which is that it goes back to the top. So there's the middle. So this crosses the middle, jumps over, goes up to the top. It's actually a pretty simple to read iteration. I find some of these are really difficult. We knew it was iterating here when it did this. It looked exactly the same. And I think it's because of this split that happened. I think they just recycled the same pattern. So now what? We don't need all of these lines. I guess I could get rid of some of them. Make these lighter. I'm just gonna like mute them a bit. Because the main characters here are the center mark and then the two top and bottom, right? Let's just copy this one. It's easier. You're like, why don't you just do like the channel thing? I don't know. I probably could, but I didn't do it, so. I'm trying to see if there's any special attention that was paid towards the center, which is right here. So in the green world, there was a weird double flush that actually happened right along these center marks when they jumped over. All of these. This is the center of the green and the center of the pink. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? This is very like, what's the word? It's almost non-technical because I'm not really looking at anything except the movement. It's very visual. When you think about what's happening here from a buy and sell standpoint, it gets a little more complex. But if we just look at it from a visual standpoint, it's pretty straightforward. So we really have the exact same iteration that we see here. It's the same exact thing. This. I wonder if there's another one, because this should have been, this is where this one starts. And then it drives the price low. Yeah, this one doesn't do that though. I think it was right here. It's really small. It would have to be underneath it, just like this was underneath this, because this iteration is a copy paste of the larger one within itself. That's what fractals are. And then this place where the S curve happens is actually the jump over. But because this jumped over the wave here, it would have to be like right here. So I don't think you can do another one. Do you get you follow what I'm saying? Like this had to be here because it was along where it jumped over this green line. And then this one jumps over here on the pink. So there's nothing else. I don't think there's another one. Which is good, because then it gets confusing. So I'm glad there's not another one. So then we look at this, and we're going to look at, we're going to start looking at trajectory build-outs now, because I think that if it bottoms here, you've got a pretty good chance that trajectories are going to actually follow through this time. I haven't looked at the chat in a minute because I'm working on my computer without my second screen. So if you guys are like, why is he not looking at the chat, man? That's why. So if you're like annoyed with me, don't be super annoyed. It looks like 150, at least on this. That is okay. I mean, it's not like way off base in terms of like where might it go. The reason for that being that there's a big hook right here and a sell down at 160. If you look at the high sells, they're right there. This is the selling climax that reacts, but then this is really where the breakdown happens. And I would go back to here and here. These are the only two markers that I would kind of consider like the high sell down. So one is at a top of 167. 167. We've already got the marker, so I'm not going to add a new one. That would be redundant. We've already got a marker for that floor, so leave that as it is. It's really like 137, 136. And then the only other one that kind of matters to me right now is this guy. So there's a gap right above 112 that was never filled. That gap, let's see, the closing value is 117. That's an interesting one to me. And then this has a high of 110. Very even numbers. Yeah, this is fascinating. So I would look at this as these are pretty strong possibilities for those hook values we talked about, those drop down values that we were looking at. Decent chance those matter. Especially that one. It's got that gap there. It's interesting. There is another gap here, but I'm not going to worry too much about that right now. I'm just going to focus on these ones. And let's just keep with the purple theme here. We've got like a secondary color scheme going on, which is basically the Halloween color scheme. If you guys were like, how do we pick Halloween colors? Well, the designers of the world decided that a long time ago. But if you're curious, on the color wheel, they're just the secondary colors. It's like purple, green, and orange. Those are the secondary colors. If you don't know what secondary colors are, they're the combination of the primary colors, which are blue, yellow, and red. Primary colors are the pigment-based colors that you can mix together to get all the other colors in the rainbow or whatever in the spectrum. You can mix blue, yellow, and red and get any color. That's chromatic. That's not based on tone. You need lights and darks to create tone. But chromatically, you could technically achieve any color with just three colors. So the secondary colors on the color wheel are all the Halloween colors that we use. The violet, the green, and the orange. For some reason, we think they're spooky. So that's what I've got going on here. It's perfect. It's topical. Yeah, I think it's really close to potentially breaking out. I guess it's, when I look at this big picture, I'm like trying to determine maybe where it goes. There's another possibility here lower. I'm wondering about some of these crosses, these cross angle kind of things that I got going on. They may end up mattering more in the long run. Like this guy right here is a really strong trend there. So I think that might be one of the most important trends that if anyone's going to get back to anything, this might be one of the ones that is sought after. I wonder why I did it where I did it, why I did it that way. Oh yeah, this is a really good one. Wonder why I did it that way. That's what I was saying. I'm not sure. I think I just did it based on. It's probably where that near where that breakdown is, actually. Yeah, so maybe the goal here is to try to get it back up into that channel. Maybe that's why we're marking off here. Maybe the goal is to try to get it back up into this kind of channel bound area here and see what we can do with it. It makes sense to me because there's a logic to that, in that that's the longest standing trend that you have. So this would just be like an overcorrection that then comes back up to that trend. And from there, I guess it could rebound if it were healthy, but that's as far as you would need it to go. And it matches up with this early distribution level. That's the other thing that's really critical here. So you got a long standing downtrend, and you've got this distribution level right off the bottom of it. So it triangulates to being November. So WTO, as much as it may be obscured for us, does seem to suggest that you would come back up. I gotta just like take it for what I'm seeing, and that's what I'm seeing. It's due for a reaction, a bigger reaction for sure, in my opinion. I say for sure, but then I'm like, you shouldn't say that, Booksy. It's bad idea. Yeah. Looks like maybe November 25th. Pretty key point. This would be like a massive wave if it did that. Up to 155. That's a big move. From 44 cents to there, that's 260%. It's almost like too much. And it is what it is. It doesn't have to get there, but the nature of this, we're kind of watching carefully, stuff like this. We're looking at those trajectories going up. and then we're going to watch and see where those bottoms need to be. I'm going to look one more thing here because we spent a lot of time kind of building out theory and then talking about it as it relates to this little penny stock guy that we grabbed. I think a lot of folks probably are disappointed with it, but mostly because the timing was off. But then it iterated again, and now I'm looking at it like, man, that's true, but it kind of feels like it's almost there. So what you need to see on the reaction to this, let me get rid of my little arrows here. What you need to see on the reaction to this would be first of all, you don't want to make significant lower lows. You could technically come back down and fill the gap. If it dropped to like 36 cents, it wouldn't be the end of the world because there's a lot of space here. Like if you don't immediately leave, then you have to keep in mind that there's a lot of room right here to navigate. So I have to kind of be very careful to not, I don't know what the word is, like over describe it or like overemphasize it, I guess, that move. If it happens now, yeah, like it's a powerful move. We talked about that already. And maybe it's grabbing on that, you know. Got a bit of an inverted head and shoulder thing going on here. 1, 2, 3. Shoulder 1, shoulder 2. I'm not a big fan of that because of the angle. You know what I need to do? Flip this. Yeah, it's that motif we've been looking at, isn't it? We were talking that on the IWM, those tops. We were talking about MPW. Remember recently we were talking about this guy right here, how this build out happens all over the place. It's really similar to this top, although I don't see like a major sign of weakness. The push up and the drop back would be that, and then you look at the angle, that's like a halfway point on that drive up. Yeah, this is where things get kind of very speculative. I'm feeling pretty good about it though. I feel pretty confident about stuff like this. I'm not going to overthink it, but I do want it to be, I guess I got to just be honest. Like I do believe that this stuff works. So where's the halfway point on this move down? You got to believe in yourself, Booksy. Believe. Something that found on a cat poster. It's interesting. This move right here, 31 degrees. I wonder. I feel like this is the most important trend that we have right now. I really do. Like I think this is the one that defines where you go to later. I know it sounds really bizarre because it seems like it's too steep, but I genuinely believe that because typically if it does come back up, that's the marker for it. It's like back here early on, there's a definite marker. And we looked at this on multiple occasions, this marker right here. Maybe this is the better marker to use, but it's that initial push up defines where you go later if it recovers. That could just be it, man, because that looks like a, gosh, this thing looks like it's about to explode. What's missing, Booksy? Think, dude. What's missing is this guy. Notice that there is not, this weird double flush that happens defines a lot of weird stuff here because it kind of takes it back to the middle where it's going to end up later at like 55 cents. But it goes up to 73 cents. That's the same angle right there. So I have to kind of think that that's part of that structure as well. These are going to be like walkouts, I think, for that move. Man, this looks like it goes all the way down. Yeah, the problem with this is that it does. It's like the same angle. The problem with this is that it's possible. It's not out of the question. It's definitely possible that you don't actually meet these going back up. You could technically meet these going down. It's the same one right here too. This is a long-standing trend. I underestimated it. So the green is really like an anchor point on that flush down, that 50-50 anchor. It's just driving, like that's where the price is going right now. It could matter for like an upthrust or something, which would be like a spring. But the pink here, these rising pink lines are actually falling pink lines because I'm upside down. And I think those are going to be more important in the return structure because that's where you're going to find that it bounces along if it comes this way. So, yeah. And then let's look at this upthrust. I'm in upside down land. Why am I doing an upside down land? Because I can. I don't know. I like to do it. I like to see things in upside down land because it helps me to not be as biased when I'm doing the targets. That way I don't worry about prices as much. Because it kind of gives you the impression it's going to go down. It's really going back up. I think we're right. I think it's going back towards this trend right here. It's got to go back because it checked it here. I think it's going to go back down and check it again. I think that's the reason that we're doing this top like we are, which is a bottom. Because if I saw this upside down, I would think that that's the goal. The goal is to come back and retest this pocket region here. Yeah. A really long-standing, years long-standing trajectory right there. Man, and this is crazy too, looking at an upside down land. It really goes to show you, like, if this were bullish and we were looking at this compared to anything else, I think we would have assumed that that triangulation would have been right. It went way up above it. But I think that it has to come back at some point because why, Buxy? Why does it have to come back? Because my gut is telling me it has to come back. I think it has to come back because I don't believe this is an adequate test. There it goes. It's defined way back here in 2021. Right there. I don't think this is adequately checked. So when it took off, it's a pretty big range. So I'm actually making it bigger than it was before. So when it took off, it went to, this becomes like a major creek. I say took off, it really dropped. I keep talking about it backwards land. This is fun, right? We're having fun. Yeah, so it dumped that. Support, 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 support. Sign of weakness. See how it pushed through it right there? So this early on was already like tempting fate here. It was like, no, we're going to see if this actually needs to go. And yeah, and it went down. Yep, and then you can see when it dropped. You can see when it dropped, it went down to establish from the middle here, center point, establish your trajectory path to intercept here. And you can see that's where it distributed, right along those markers. And they line up. So that's the top, and then there's the bottom distribution. So it walked its way out. You can see the markers really clearly now. There and there. Big picture, that's where this came from. So these would just be established as, I don't want to say structural, but almost like the vine needs to climb some trellis, and that's the trellis it's chosen to climb. Because the angle here is kind of defined by the walk downs. It is a bit slouchy. It's not the strongest. Green may be more or less irrelevant soon, is what I'm trying to say. Like, and then these guys will stay the same. So right now, shoot, man. Right now we've got like a hyper compression of creeks. It's a good place to be. I'd rather be there with more definitive creeks defined than anything else. I mean, I don't really care. I know we're beneath them, but like this is we're underneath them still, but this is still like easy to define, right? It's super simple. We're absolutely on like a really strong intersection right there. So if this breaks out here, I think it's going to be a pretty substantial move. We might get a move quickly up to this top, but then as soon as it comes back and checks it, and it will probably go all the way up here. It could be almost instantaneous. I think you're going to get a squeeze out. Yeah, makes sense, because it would check it there and then it would go up. You see that next leg is like a bar on the left side. It doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical, but notice that where that intersects is the top here at 66 cents. So there's a strong intersection right there on the 31st of October at 66 cents. It doesn't have to be right there because that's not how the market works. It could be afterwards. The point is that you're going to check that level and then potentially break again. The next leg up goes all the way back to the top at 94 cents. I find this to be a very easy to read setup now. Before it was kind of difficult. But it's simple enough because there's such a strong intersection here. There's really not much to question. Like if it pushes out here, it's out of all the creeks. It should just push right up to the top, essentially. Wrap 50 cents maybe for a minute, and if it can hold it, it'll come back and check the creek, but then if it holds it, it should just advance and go up pretty fast to 66 cents. So I think it's looking like a really good trade. The orange marker is longer term a trajectory from way back here. It's anchored. It's bulletproof in some ways. It's not. It's based on the high and the low here on this M cross. So likewise, getting across where we are now, it's the same exact zone. All of this stuff is intersecting here. Green, top of the green iteration, top of the violet iteration, top, and then the orange hook. And then you really don't have anywhere else to go except back up. Now we should be able to use the walk down. We didn't do this before, but now we should be able to use the walk down. I couldn't do it before because it wasn't there. Like there was no, I couldn't use this. This is too big. There wasn't like a definite one. So I picked one out. But now we've got that shallow S-curve set up. We should be able to use this walk down reaction. Yeah, and I think it's going to go here. 95 cents, right underneath $1. I don't think it has to be at elections. I'm not saying that. It is around there though. So around elections that time. Could be after that. But that makes sense because that would be the reaction off the bottom here. It actually goes up to $1.25. Yeah. Question I'm going to have is, does it make any difference if it doesn't go? I don't think it does. this is the danger, okay? So if you're wondering like, well, that looks super simple, it's a buy then, right? Well, here's the danger in this penny stock trade. There's no definitive 100% has to hit this point at this time kind of thing. Like, that's not a thing. We know the angles are there. We can see very clearly, like, if it followed this one, it would be up there in like 2 days, right? But that may not happen. The issue is that this could definitely have some kind of massive secondary pullback. We really don't know for sure. It's already walked out. You see how it did it here on the smaller iterative move? See how it walked out this way? That's the only hint that we have about how this price action might move going forward. Because you can use the reaction from this point forward. You can use that reaction. Like, how did it travel back, up to the top? Well, that's kind of the only way that we can see it visually. And beyond that, you can't really see it. So, like, one thing I would say is, like, once it hit this bottom, it just sort of took off. It went almost all the way back to the top there. That'd be like us taking off and going almost all the way to here, like on one move. Basically, like all the way up to $1 in like one move. Like, that's the only way I can kind of visually see. And then it would come way back down. And not way back down. Then it would come back down and check here. And then it would go back up, hit that marker, because that's like this top. And then there'd be some other trend established, I guess. You see what the problem is? Like, this could be steep, could be really not steep. Like, steep, not steep. What is it, Booksy? I don't know. Yeah, this could be like a really slow action move here. That's the only thing I could possibly look at for timing that could even remotely tell us this is what might happen. And I don't really like doing that because it's a micro to macro comparison, which is sort of not irresponsible, but it's just not the best. So, hang on, my phone is like blowing up right now. I need to see what's going on. And I'll look at you guys' comments. Let's see what everybody... Oh, they're trying to get me to do a survey. Get the booster? Oh, I forgot it. He'll survive. I think he's big enough. I think he's big enough. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I really like... man, I think I'm blowing up. So this could be a decent, maybe, estimation of how it might move. But it's not particularly, like reliable, if that makes sense. It's kind of yeah, this looks like it pumps up to the top, back down, and all the way back up. There's no real way to know. Maybe it would be like this kind of a move where it goes all the way up, checks this level at like 74 cents, then comes all the way back down to 50 cents, and that's where it hits the floor, and then it heads out again. That's where the bigger move is. That actually is pretty sensible. So that could work. All right. That looks good. I said I was going to check the... He's not listening. He's just talking to himself. I mean, it is what it is. Tools are good, yeah. Tools are, you teach a fisherman to fish kind of thing. I think that if we have enough time to talk about different things, and we can talk about different tools and ability. Your ability should improve. So TNH updates, TNH, P-ton, baloney futures. That's true, that George Carlin quote. I think that's true. It's only a mistake when one does not learn from it. Yeah. Some mistakes are you can learn from them, they're still painful, right? So sometimes it's like it is a good learning lesson. I'm sure that person, they may not even be on the stream anymore, but not all mistakes are equal, right? Like some mistakes are really big, like long-term consequences. You still learn from them, but the consequences may still exist. I think that's one of the things that's hard to separate when you're trading is like you learn from your mistakes and that's great, but the consequence of those mistakes could be pretty dire, like if it, and so it's, some people think it's like a false sense of positivity, but that's not at all what I think. I'm just thinking about purely like knowledge. From a knowledge standpoint, any mistake you make, if you want, you can learn from it and get better at whatever. Whether it's a skill you're learning, whether it's a personality trait or behavior that you have, like I do think people can change, but it's based on choice, right? And choosing to like not do the same things and really putting boundaries in place so that you don't do the same things again. And then also like just being aware of what you did, like what mistakes you made. And that applies to all areas of life, but in trading specifically, it'd be like, oh, I entered too early, or like I didn't have a stop loss, or this or that. In order for you to learn from that, it's not just accepting that happened and saying, oh, I need to do that. It's actually doing it. And that means that you have to discipline yourself, discipline not in a negative sense, but like structure your boundaries around you so that you don't make those mistakes in the future. If you don't structure it, then just knowledge itself doesn't change you, doesn't create new behavior, doesn't create new patterns of behavior, right? So you could end up making the same mistakes again, even though you knew better, right? The other thing is like consequences, right? Like, so in stock trading, I won't talk about other areas of life, but like, because y'all have your own experiences, you know what I'm talking about. But in stock trading, it's like your consequence may be that you don't get to trade anymore. I mean, like, you could become a really great trader and then make a really serious mistake that could essentially wipe you out. You know what I mean? And absolutely, like you might learn from that and become better, but at the end of the day, the consequence is still there. Like it doesn't erase the consequence of like, oh, I lost a lot of money or something. So it's not a simple like soapbox topic, right? Where I could sit here and talk about it in a TED talk, it'd be done in like 5 minutes. It's like, no, it's complex, This is what you find with like people who go to prison or something, right, for something really serious. They may be like some of the best people I've ever met in my life have had a past background where they weren't doing good things. And I look at that and I'm like, wow, it's crazy, like that person changed so much. They were able to turn their life around, whatever you want to say. But they would say that the consequences of that linger. Like a lot of those consequences don't just go away, So even though, yeah, like they're better than they've ever been, and they're healthy and happy and living good lives and doing right and all that stuff, like the consequence of that original mistake sometimes lingers on. You got to separate the two. Your consequence from a mistake in the market and the learning process, they may be kind of different things, The consequence might be really serious. I hear that from people and they get kind of disgruntled and they're upset. And I think that's where they're coming from, is like they have a mistake that they made and they'll be like, oh, it's easy for you to say, to learn from my mistakes. But I'm sitting here 200,000 down or something. I'm like, Yeah, that's a consequence of the mistake. That's not something that you can erase with just positive feelings. Or like, oh, I'm going to do better next time. Well, yeah, structure yourself, have boundaries, set it up. But you might be clawing out of that mistake for a long time, you know? And so just being realistic about it is really important. It's okay to make mistakes. Not all mistakes are kind of equal in terms of consequence. So you have to be aware of like, yeah, man, this may not be a simple fix, you know? It might be a long-term thing. And that's another thing that I think a lot of folks in trading get really upset about, is because they made a mistake that's going to cost them potentially a lot of time. I think AMC, absolutely, you know, it costs a lot of time for a lot of people. I don't think that there's a silver lining all the time when it comes to consequence, because the knowledge might be there, like I'm a better trader than I've ever been. The consequence might be, well, yeah, I learned my lesson, but that doesn't mean someone just magically gives me my money back. Well, no, they don't, right? The consequence might be, hey, if you want to earn this back, you're going to have to work your way back out, and you're going to have to be careful. And it's possible you could lose it all again. So, you know, don't make the same mistakes. Structure it so that you don't fall into those traps again. So TNH, I wouldn't say it's in a bad place either. We kind of talked about maybe what's happening here. Big picture wise, split. It's been a minute since I looked at this. Let's look on the daily. This is how it was drawn, because you can see that thing is in the right place now. Okay, so we've got a long-term downtrend. It goes pretty low. We've visited this one once. We haven't visited again. We've got an S-curve. Arguably, it's like almost done, if not done. I think we were just looking at this as the potential middle. So that's why we think it might come lower. Like it could come down pretty low to like 5 cents. It's not impossible that it's done already. We did note that, because I've got that on here as a possibility here with that top. So it started to go sideways and then it broke down. And so locally is a different story. It kind of jumped back over and now it's just chilling out. Why did that look so different on the 4-hour? What changed? What is going on here? This is October 2022. What? There's some kind of split chart thing going on here. So on the daily, this looks really different than it does on the 4-hour. Like it looks like a completely different chart. So they must have done something with this reverse split proportion value, because that is completely different. That's bizarre. That's super weird. Yeah, so there's a gap. According to the 4-hour chart, this is a weird chart. According to the 4-hour chart, there's a big gap between where we are now at 16 and then maybe like 13 cents. There's another major gap between 11 cents because of this split and 284. So that must have been like, oh, we need to split because we're too low for too long. This is confusing. So now it's driven the price all the way back down. So a lot of selling happening all the way back down to the bottom again. And there's still that gap there. I mean, it's still there in some ways. At like 11 cents. So let me see. Let's make sure we get it exact. I always find this to be a little tricky. So the low here, oof. The closing value is 11.1107. So we're going to try to get it as close as we can. I'm going to use a snap. Maybe that'll help. Nope, doesn't help. Well, I'll just type it in, I guess. More than one way to skin a cat. I don't know why people have that as a saying, but somebody really didn't like cats. Looks like we didn't ever hit that gap, so we got close. It's bizarre because on the daily it just doesn't even look like it's there, but whatever. Yeah, I don't know. A wedge could go back down to the beginning of where it broke out. Otherwise, I don't know. If it's triangular and it's going sideways, I think it's a pretty low number. I think it's like 40%. I don't think it's that huge. Let me just check. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think it was 40%. So I'd be close to like the 382 value, a little bit further. Yeah, I think 40% or 42% is right. It's like right here. So that would be back to the bottom, potentially. So this is a little complex because you have a possibility here that it holds above where it is now, because it's, again, this was a floor for a moment. To me, it looks like this instance of, like we were talking about earlier. Remember, it made like a gap up and then it came back down, almost like a high heel here. Big thrust down, push up, and then go sideways for a while. Yeah, it reminds me of that a bit. So, what the heck? It's such a weird chart. It's weird because it didn't keep the values the same. Maybe it's also because I'm on logarithmic. But I'm going to check a couple of things here. I'm going to see how big this first sell down was. We're kind of looking at this like, I know it's a little odd, but this is basically like the same thing right here that we're seeing on like the big picture right here. So if you look at that and you kind of think about it that way, it sort of helps to visualize it maybe, because that motion is essentially the same. Like this was already like breaking down. It's going through the motions of selling off after coming down here, kind of bottomed out, went sideways. So this is the reaction that goes back up to check. So just like right here, this goes back up to check this level. This is coming back up to check this level. So both of them are in some ways the same. You can see that visually. This comes up to here. This comes up to here. It's just a way of understanding that motion. So once this goes sideways for a bit, it broke down and it goes back to the bottom. This is where things get a little complex because you have possibility. There's no longer like a definitive action. I know this is between two splits, I get it, but it's essentially the same concept because you're basically just coming up, redistributing, walking back down this big wave. And then eventually it's going back up to meet the top again. Now this looks like this is where things are going to get a little tricky, but I'm going to do my best. I think this is here to here, roughly, and then here to here, roughly. So there's two trajectories. One is this to the secondary upthrust, and then the other is here to the secondary upthrust. Support, secondary upthrust before the drop. So then this guy goes down, let's see, really low. 1, 2, that's the M. There's an M cross also I need to think about because that's important. Because there wouldn't be any run unless it jumped over a creek. And it does, and then it bleeds out for a while. So, yeah, that's like your major creek jump. So the question mark that we have to ask is, A, are we going to do something similar right here? B, does it actually make a new low? If it does, I think you're looking at, meaning like in this little one. If the little one makes a new low, I think you're looking at the big one also making new low. More than likely, because they're pretty much in the same spot. One, pump up, back down. And then where's the creek? It would be from, there's two possibilities. One is right here, in which case this has not hit yet. And it could come really far down. That's sort of like what happened here. It did like a major drop. Almost out of nowhere, but I guess it was because of the split announcement. Then that's a possibility because it would have to come back through here, in which case you're really only working off the precipice of a 50-50 drop. We haven't made that move yet. So you'd probably come all the way down to like 1 cent. So in the case of like a bearish continuance on this 4-hour chart, that's where you go. I mean, it's really low. Yeah, you'd probably come down to like 1 cent, 1 to 2 pennies. It's super low. As a floor, it doesn't need to go that low if it can hold the structure. I mean, it could be a spring down there, but it's always weird with these charts because they have such massive percentage moves on like small numbers. It's almost like you're working with like $75 down to like $6. And it's like really big numbers. So maybe. The other thing would be second creek, which is here to here. And if that creek holds, then I don't think you're going to drop. So then I don't know about this being like the upper target, but it's too high. In theory, the target will be like way up there somewhere. Maybe it'll go there, maybe not. I don't feel like that's very logical to do that. I mean, we would have said the same thing about AMC back in the day. If someone had pointed out from $2 to $72, you'd be like, that's not going to happen. It's kind of like saying this could go to like 20 or something. It's like, it doesn't seem very reasonable because you're like, well, what the heck would cause it to do that? I don't know. What the heck caused AMC to do that? You know, it's like, those are kind of the moves that you just can't really justify very easily. I don't think that's very likely, but yeah, it's a hard one because the splits here happened before this structure was built. If this didn't have any of that split, I would be more like inclined to say, oh, maybe it can go and bounce here and be like that 2020, you know, set up on AMC. But because it has these splits, I have to just sort of default to, I don't think it's necessarily super healthy. It kind of looks like it's trying to push towards like zero, you know, bankrupt it. It's just the way it looks. I'm really hesitant on this one. So let's just focus on what we can and not on what we don't know in the future. So right now, the most important line that you probably have on this whole chart in terms of an intersection and all that stuff started on October 23rd. So that marker defines the main creek body that you might hold here. And I think if it holds, it's likely to come back up and at least go back up and fill that gap. It's probably going to come back to check. Probably. It should come back up to one of three levels. Like it'd be the gap or it'd be 75 cents. So basically 50 cents to 75 cents would be a reasonable target. And you don't really have much else beyond that. I think we talked about the possibility of like bouncing around or something down here and whatnot, but sure. So if this is like a local spring on TNH, you might buy in and set a really shallow stop for like, there's a lot of gaps here on the way up. There's like one here, might be one there. There's definitely one here for sure. That's your paw and cat ears. And now it's breaking down through the trend. There's gaps there. There's gaps here. So you've got a couple pockets. One is at like 15 cents. One's at like 14 cents. There might be another way down bottom. And then there's a long-term gap at 11 cents. But if you have any chance of this breaking out locally, you're going to see it probably come back up. I get the feeling that if they did come back up, it'd be like a major auto reaction. Remember what happened to us in AMC when we came down right here in September? That's what this sort of reminds me of, is there's like an early build out that could be kind of bullish, but it looks like it's missing like a low and it just hasn't made it yet. And I think there's these gaps that look like they're going to fill, but they may not fill. And that's something that you have to take into consideration. So there is a possibility based on the setup that you're playing into something like this right here. You remember what happened here on AMC is that it actually looked like it broke that wedge, but what was really happening was it was going back and getting a, so if you were looking at this from a, this point of view, you'd see that, oh, it was going down and then it broke this supposed wedge-like shape, right? Well, yeah, it did. This is like a classic wedge inversion. So it went and broke down and then it came back up, broke out, then found support again on that marker, which we would call maybe the ice or something. Well, it's a similar setup right now where you could see that happen on TNANH, and it may not be in order to get it to a gap. It may just be to kind of get it back to an auto test. So this was on the bigger picture, this was a much larger auto reaction. Like it needed to go back up, or I would say a preliminary support, early supply, because it needed to go back up and check this level that was dropped. That was a really historic level from way back. So that was just a reaction back up to check that level. It didn't break out. It double topped, then it went low, right? It just kept going back down. So this, to me, reminds me of the same thing, not just because of the split, but because of the setup. So they're really similar. And this didn't end up being like a big reversal. It just was a temporary move back to the upside. So TNH has a very similar build out here. It just did that breakdown. And if you were looking at that as a comparison, you'd say this is the 1, 2, M, and then the first one would be the bottom of it'd be the support. So you'd have to go back and look at where was that support. So basically, here's what you'd have to see in order for this to be like confirmed, if you will. So like number one, and I'm going to guess that it's going to be right on this level too, because this is like 1, 2, 3, 4 distributions above here, above this 20-cent level. So this is the floor that I think they're trying to get to. There's a creek coming down here that you don't want to break through. So you could test it. You know, it looks like it tried to make its way over right here. That's why you got some volume pickup, because it pushed above that on that walk down. Not so concerned about the red marker right now. I mean, it's there, but who knows if I'm like perfectly on point with it. It's just a S-curve, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm more concerned with this level. So the low that was hit back here was 1590. So you would look at 1590 and wait a minute. No, that was where I think I read that wrong. Hold on. Sorry, guys. 1476. Sounds like an important historical date for some reason. Something happened in 1476. It's in my memory. So right below 1476, that's where, if it's going to go for a spring, like that's where it would happen. So like, in order for this to recover, what you'd want to see is it drop below 1476. Maybe it fills the gap. It would quickly come back above, assuming that it dropped the creek, right? And I don't know if it will. But if it does, it would come back above. Whew, man, there's a lot that could happen here. There's a lot of possibility for this setup. That's where it took off. It might favor that one instead. This is too low. That's the jump right there. So hits 1476 briefly to test this marker. It comes back above. It would reject here at 15, come back down, hits the floor again. That's the retest at the same time that it hits. So this had to be like Monday or something. I don't think it could do it earlier, just in terms of like continuity. I guess it could. It's just not whatever. You could have anything happen before then, but if it came down here and then reacted, that's a retest, spring with retest. So that's kind of your confirmation zone. Once it gets above that point, then it should come back up. It would then have to make a new high here. It doesn't have to necessarily break that high, but it would be ideal. It's just in theory, that's always a good idea, but it doesn't have to. It could be just slightly above, and then it would come back down and find support on 21 cent. And if that happens, then you end up with a, and I'm showing it like weak, like looking like it's going to break down again, because it'd probably be like some little tiny micro range here. That could be like your election thing, you know, going into Monday. So this doesn't have to be long. This doesn't have to be short. It could be pretty long-winded down here. This is a route around elections. So if there's a boost, it'd be maybe around here. It'd have to do all of that to really confirm a bullish pattern here at the moment. I mean, it's there for the taking. If I saw it do that, I'd probably be really bullish. The best buy-in would be probably here, you know, with safety being right above. The buy-in down here is a little speculative, because if you bought in down here, you could experience like a fake out hook right there that still drives the price really low and goes to like 11. But I think the goal might be just to get back to this initial run up. So the goal may be to kind of run up to this high area around 50 cents to redistribute. So much like what we saw previously, I think there's I think there's a good chance that that's where it goes. Yeah, I think it's a decent possibility that it goes up here going into December. And that might just be, again, like another way for them to kind of build out a distributive model. So you don't really know till you get there. But that's a pretty big trade. So that's 150%. I mean, so if it does that, you got a really good potential here for a swing. I'm gonna end up being like a penny stock trader before this is all over. Yeah, somebody mentioned MPW got a good pop. I saw that. I don't know. I'm on the weekly chart. It doesn't really look like much. It's only 0.21%. So, but maybe on the day it went up a lot from the floor. Yeah, it looks like a 1, 2. What was the M? It looks like an M. What's the top here? I haven't looked at this locally in a while. This may also be in a really good spot for a pop. Honest to goodness, this just looks like the larger iteration. Like it looks like the same thing. So I think it even went up to the same, like, yeah, the same kind of cross there. So that's 49 degrees. So this probably broke out right around the same value. Actually looks pretty steep compared to where it did break. I said that a little weird, but in my head it made sense. So it broke right there. That's a 4 hour. So it dipped low. That is almost 1-to-1, guys, with what we see in 2020. So this would have been like the bounce comes back up. So presumably it would go back to retest whatever this high was here. It'd go back to retest this level or this level. One of those two. Which one? Not sure because I don't know. There's like there's 3 spikes. I just can't really tell which is most significant. I would just suggest the lowest to the highest and then go from there. Those markers. Now, if we're right and it does go all the way up to like 480, big picture, it looks like that's kind of a breakdown here, but then we would watch the floor and see what happens on the bottom. Because again, we're basically describing, I mean, this is really strange because we're sort of seeing it play out on 2 time frames right now. This is essentially the exact same thing that you see here. Isn't that weird? I mean, I think it's weird. You might not think it's weird. I think it's super weird. I find that to be very peculiar, you know? Very peculiar. 25, that's like really low. It's interesting. Well, whatever. There. Yeah, but see, this is like, this is happening below, and this looks more like that 2020 move because it happened below the little floor back here. You see how this one's setting up lower? So I've been looking at this enough lately that I can kind of do it by memory. And what happened back here was that you hit a, so this high went to 503, this one went to 502, so I actually did not make a new high, so a little lower. But what happened in 2020, it did the same thing. It bounced down to retest this level right there, and it does, it checks it, and then it goes and reacts back to the upside to probably this top. I think it's going to be like that. So it'd be like a 1 back up, and then back up to the top. And then if it does the same thing, it breaks down and comes back down to the floor. And I mean, who knows how long that takes, but does that make sense? I mean, it makes sense to me. So if that happens, it's just a normal, makes sense. It's a range kind of setup. So then you look at the floor here and here as potential supports, and you probably try to push through there. There's something else going on. There's a pink line, purple line, I should say. I don't know what that is. It might just be a trajectory. Oh, yeah, actually this might be a, that would make sense. So this would give you a potential setup to come back to the upside, but it's not a huge move. Like locally, it's a pretty small move. It would only come up to like 519, you know, and then if it holds, it might go double, like about double that. So it's a double move up. 605, which puts you back at this top over here. And it's just a potential setup to kind of reverse you, I think, back to this drop point. Let's just say 6. Yeah, so if it goes down and it does react strongly enough, you could get a big move up here to recapture this level. And then you would have like another move here. This would have to be like around earnings, or excuse me, around elections maybe. Something like that. And then you'd get like a secondary move. But this is a really weak elections move, you know, if it only went up that far. And then you're just sort of looking at through the window like what could happen next. If that's above that creek, maybe it holds and it goes, you know. Maybe you get like a sell down. This is where things get kind of dicey because unfortunately the pattern that continues to follow through here is kind of like what I drew over here. Like the pattern that follows through, if it really does do the whole January thing, would be like a long-term breakdown now. It's happening like shorter here, like on a compression. But you would go back through the motions to get low and retest this level again. And that might be the goal. I know I'm kind of drawing it out weird, but like genuinely, that's what I would expect if it goes through the same motions. You might say, that's weird. It kind of looks like 2020's resulting action and like a giant copy paste of AMC. And the answer is yes. It is both. Because that's how iterations work. But this makes sense to me to some degree because there was a question in my mind here about the timing, and we talked about like if the timing were regular and it matches itself, this doesn't really go anywhere until way later in the year, like May or something. And we started finding that was a possibility on AMC. But if the timing simply just matched like a January build out, then why wouldn't it already be down to where it's going to go by January? And the answer is like, I don't know, you know. So if we see this as like continuity with AMC, we might see this as a pump and dump, like pumping up into end of November and then dropping through December into January. And the way that I'm seeing it, it kind of works out to give you some options here. So this could be like a really fast drop that goes all the way to the bottom, or this could be kind of more mediocre. There's like a reaction and then a drop back down. It's building out higher than expected as opposed to being down below. But yeah, it's a possibility. I'm going to keep it on the back burner for now. It is a possibility this goes up again. And an earnings announcement would be an easy catalyst for that, to see it pop up. And then, I don't know, man. Maybe it's an earnings and then election like 1-2. You know, there's a big push and then there's election news, big push. And that's what kind of gets you up here. I would not be overly bullish unless I saw it come back above that big creek and then jump the top. It's a similar setup to IWM where you could have the potential for a rising That's very different than what we're used to talking about, because we're used to talking about that M, and if it fails, it fails. But if this were to happen and it doesn't go below 440, there's a potential now for this setup to be a massive rising triangle. Weird, I know, because you're like, well, wait a minute. We don't talk about that very often. But yeah, I mean, it's there. If this comes up to 640 again, then that changes things. You could have it come back down, retest here, and then it just goes, And then you've got a massive triangle breakout on a bottom. So it's pretty interesting. I don't remember the price target for triangle breakouts right off the top of my head. I want to say it's like Vlad the Impaler was killed. That's funny. I think I did DMRC once. I think I did that once. I was looking at the chat. You guys are funny. Fidget spinner looking for GME content. Do I think it holds this level? I think there's a possibility it could push up and try to get the push above this top. That would be really bullish if we could get that move and make a higher high here. I think it's good potential to get above 2378. It's got strong potential. But at the end of the day, like any kind of backup either holds at 2174 or it doesn't. If it holds at 2174, decent chance you could make that second advancement and hold above 2310. Yes. Could you just advance and hold 2310? Yes. But the problem right now is you've got divergent RSI, pretty nasty divergence on RSI. It just looks like it needs a backup to me, and the volume's dropping. It has similarities to some other tops we've made recently, where we kind of start this topping action. We've made a decent advancement, then we need to back up to try again. I'm not seeing like enough volume really just yet. It could change, overnight. But I'm not seeing enough volume right now to really justify continuing at this point without some kind of cool off. I'm on 30-minute right now, so grain of salt. Did it jump the major creeks? Yeah, it did. Did it adequately check them all? That's the question. I think you could do one of those checks at 2170. So I'd like to see it advance to over 2380, maybe thereabouts, and then come back down, hit 2180, and then go. That's ideal for me. I think that'd be really strong. There is a gap, however, down at 2076. And for us to ignore gaps at this stage of the game is just silly, And then so in the grand scheme of things, would that kill it if it came all the way back down? Not necessarily, as long as it held the jump over the creek. What you can't do is you can't slide back below that creek. So technically, if you look at November 8th, you could come all the way back down and check some of those major creek crosses into November 8th and get the gap fill and come back down and touch that bottom again. And you'd be on the outside of touch that trend again, and you'd be on the outside of the major wedge. So it's like all of that could happen and it could still be bullish, I don't find it to be inconsistent. So I think there's a strong possibility that could happen. And if that occurs, then I think you could then have takeoff late November going into December. And that's kind of what everything looks like right now, is like you're setting up maybe low in order to recover. That's kind of been the motif here. So the pumps that we're seeing are not necessarily inherently bad. It's just, it seems like we're not quite there yet in terms of checks. Like we're missing a couple little checks to the downside maybe on some of our charts. So anywho, so TANH is kind of done. I would suggest to you that it's not really a great buy right now unless you're just trying to average down, or you just think you're 100% certain for whatever reason that it's going to pop. I think it has to make certain moves. If it makes certain moves, then there's a good chance, that it could run. I'd be inclined to take another look again at 15 cents, and then if it comes back up after that, think that'd be a really important marker, like those two areas. And that's about as far as I'd go with that for now. So it's very evident to me, the way the market's been moving, that we've been generating one iteration after the next after the next. We just really want to see positive flow from those moves. We want to see it one go into the next in a positive way and not in like a really detrimental way. So that rising wedge that we described on IWM hasn't really been fulfilled. Like there's a low here that could be hit around 214. That would be the bottom trend, and it hasn't hit it. Did it hit the higher mark? Yeah, but it looks like a bear flag potential. So there's just a lot of like what ifs. It just seems like it's missing a drop. I think it would be beneficial to get it before going into elections, and that would be pretty bullish to me. And if it doesn't do that and it just goes back up to the top, so be it. But I think that there has to be that ultimately, like until you break above that wedge breakout happens, it's not really much to talk about. You got to get above 226. So it's a difficult one because I can see a lot of paths forward. Like if it jumped here, you could have a double top and then have like a flush on election, go ahead and hit that low and then go. It doesn't have to be right now. It could be later. This could come down. It's just too much uncertainty. Like this come back down later and basically be fine. And we just have to wait. I'm in a position right now where, I want to leverage as much as I can into elections and what I think are going to be the winners or losers or whatever. I'm going to spread myself out a little bit, but some of these, like your MPWs and stuff, I just don't feel like it's worth stressing over just yet. We're not quite there. So it's like, I don't know. Missing some pretty critical moments. And I get a little annoyed with myself too, because I feel like I'm being very wishy-washy today. So I'm getting kind of annoyed myself. The only ones that seem to have some more definite setups to me are some of these offbeat ones that we maybe don't care about as much. A lot of people don't care about as much. So AMC is in a place where, it's still kind of missing. It's really just missing a lot. I mean, it's missing a bigger jump here. It's like right on the edge of it, but it hasn't made the jump yet. And usually this is about the place where we see like a bigger retreat. I think if that jump occurs, it's going to be a pretty good move. Like you should see it work out very quickly. It does look nice. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It just has to make that jump. So when we talked about this AMC move, we talked about a spring and then recovering on the floor. We pushed the floor down to 430. It's there right now. It's kind of walked its way back out. But if you look at where that outer creek is after the phase B nonsense here, it's pretty wide. Like that cat ear right here is massive. Right? 1, 2. And this is the widest that we've ever gone for what it's worth. It's a good position to be in, but it still hasn't made that jump. I mean, there's jumps that were made that were really good. We needed to make them longer term. There's certainly some things that have been checked off. I don't want to make it sound bad, but when I look at the overall wave here, the arc down broke, it walked back up, now it's at the top. This is almost exact same as the way it happened in March. Because in March there was a lot of boxes checked, right? If you go back and you look at that March setup, the creek jump happened really early. Um, and it was kind of one of those things where like it went back and forth through it, across it and stuff. But on the whole, like you would have said that, oh, it's making advances, like that one was advanced pretty early, and there was others that are more like shallow that definitely advanced, like short term, I mean. But what ended up happening was like after that main arc broke, after that main arc moved to the downside, you see that push out, it just kind of walks up. This is decent volume. I just feel like we're a little bit weaker this time in terms of volume. Um, and then this is the danger zone, right? The triangulation, right? It was right here. Like, where are you gonna go? Okay, we talk about this today. Like, oh, we're going up this way, or we're going up this way, for example. Those kinds of things. Well, in the end, once it broke out, there was another series of parallels that I used that were like this, and they were based on the arcs down. So I personally remember using these to define a lot of that movement between that top wave and the other one. So when I go to AMC right now, I find that there's a lot of consistency there. I'm seeing a lot of the same kind of stuff. That's what I'm trying to say. But it's a little bit different. It's different enough that like I kind of pause and thinking about it. Obviously this is daily, this is 2 hour. We can move to the daily. Right? So if we were looking at this from that point of view, and you were trying to tell me like determine like where is this, what's going on here, you can't really make it perfectly one-to-one. It just doesn't work. You can get pretty close. At the end of the day, it would be difficult because this is such a long section here that it doesn't really add up to a perfect one-to-one. But what we might say is that if you use that kind of downward thrust here as a model, it looks fairly one-to-one. And I did this already. I did a whole analysis on this. I just find it to be a really good one, so I want to do it again. I think it's helpful right now to sort of get a big picture look at what could happen. And yeah, I think that's reasonable, as a weakness, and then another one that hooks and drops. And I would look at this from a helicopter standpoint and say, all right, well, where ultimately did this point to? This ultimately pointed to near where that top was. That's where the marker comes into play for a potentially like an SOS marker right here. Granted, the SOS actually goes here to here, but like we would use this to determine maybe a number of things. You could use it to help you determine like a breakdown, and things get a little dicey after that because then you have to use like, use your brain, right? Use your brain. Because this actually ends up pointing to later where it broke down, which is kind of interesting. The ultimate point of this was to say that this triangulation, this moves away from that main trend and then comes and breaks down later. And we have a PNF right now that tells us we could get to 13. I think the challenge in all of this has always been, and will continue to probably be to some degree, determining where that marker is. Like where in the world is that middle marker? Where's that breakdown? And we've had some back and forth about this. I think there's been moments of clarity, but a lot of this has been, let's just say, obfuscated by certain things. And it's difficult, it's hard to know. This stuff right here makes it really challenging for me. I really dislike the quadruple flush that happened. I think it's complicated. But yeah, I mean, this would suggest that just based on what we just did, that you potentially are breaking down by December 9th. That sounds like crazy because you're like, well, how in the heck is it going to run up and come back down that fast? I don't know, man, but it's done it like stuff like this before, And you've got a lot of trajectory markers that go up that suggest you could be here, you could be here, you could be here kind of stuff. I believe that what we were doing on the whole was we were doing kind of a combination of that and what we see as a very strong continuity with the 2020 build out, which is a little different, of course. But in the 2020 build out, because in this case, it's different, guys. Like, you don't have the same kind of bottom. It's different because you have a different kind of push out here. There's some similarities, but there's some pretty major differences. But in the 2020 bottom, there's a lot of continuity with this kind of a marker line being like the middle of the overall structure. So there's a lot of bizarre kind of similarities and there's some bizarre differences. And I think you got to look at both of them. Like, this is obviously not the same in terms of that setup. And so it looks a little more like 2020 in terms of the double top possibility, but then we seem like we missed it. It's a lot of if then but kind of questions, but the overall picture was one that I thought was pretty compelling in both cases, because you have a strong sense of direction with this one that leads you to believe you can come all the way up to like not $13 or something, you know, like this was the likely spot of, it really was based on a trajectory line going up that I don't have right now. Some of you are looking at that like, isn't that the same thing? Kind of. Maybe that's already happened. Maybe we already have that drop down and the push up. We're really just doing this bit, selling down. Maybe. We're just doing like a walk down right here. We're going to dive. Again, maybe, but it wouldn't be the same, even if that were the case. It would be different. I would suggest to you that yes, like this marker's already been met, but no, there's other markers that haven't been, and there's some pretty key differences. And in 2020, there's a secondary motion that happens on the top, and it's mainly because it holds here. It doesn't go down, it goes back up to redistribute, and that's where you get some differences. So anyways, I digress. Point being, it's like chasing the tail again. You can kind of apply it and apply it. You can apply it here, you can apply it there. Could be both. But the main thing I wanted to point out was this guy doesn't take off until it hits that creek and then it advances. And this is where the parabolic motion happens, and then it retreats back down and then it goes. And so my question right now is kind of related to that. Is like, has that happened yet? You know? And if it has, then we're probably about to take off. It's funny to me because every time I come do these streams and stuff, there's always like a ton of people on early, and then people get bored really fast. They just like kind of clock out. They're like, forget it, you know, I'm done. And it's funny because like sometimes in the midst of all that, we kind of lose track of like big picture stuff. This is still like really close to being done, you know, like it's super close. So I don't want to make it sound like it's not. It definitely is. And there's a huge amount of continuity in this setup right now. And ignoring the stuff that we're not 100% sure about, like just looking at the basics here, like just that in and of itself looks super good to me. Just by itself, like that movement up here to this intersection of the pink and the blue. I mean, the pink and the blue, yeah, they're a little farther off here, but it hit it like right there. It wasn't like right on the nose. You know, again, we're on like a daily chart. So I think that's really interesting because it's basically like in a similar spot. I make sure that's right. I think I made it a little too narrow. This is actually higher up. Here, let's just lock it in. So people aren't like questioning it. Which one's higher? Let's go to the first one. Yeah, and then that triangulation. So there's a suggestion here that this would go up, hit here, go up top, SOS, come back down. That might be elections, whatever. And then rocket up. However high it's going to go. Tricky stuff comes after that. Looks like Friday the 13th or spooky day. So whenever this hits, maybe it does hit 13, it comes crashing down. See, this would be something that would throw so many people off because you would think it's running and then it just drops. It looks ridiculous, but that's kind of the way it happened last time. It went straight up like really quick and then it kind of took time coming back down. So it would not surprise me if it hit like 13s and then dropped. It just wouldn't. Let's triangulate it though. I want to really find this answer, right? That was the advancement that backed up. It's a good marker. And this is even better. From that peak to this peak. From the top to the drop. So from here. So where's the drop? I guess it's there. It's like really far off. Oh, no, it's not. Books, you moron. Oh, boy. I need to find more evidence that it's going to go up to 13. This is like really close. That's what you're saying, man. I'm not saying anything. Maybe it's time to load up. It's going to be a cliffhanger. They're going to wait till the last possible second. There's probably going to be a rug pull before anything happens. You got to keep that in mind because there's going to be messes. So yeah, it's missing the parabolic move up. This looks right. It's missing like that last big like push up here. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's got like a 1, 2, and it's missing like the 3. I think it's going to do it. I think the 3 and the 4 are going to be bigger moves. So it's missing like one move right here to 462 and then back down. What normally happens here, and I guess I could do the slingshot if you guys want to do it. Let's just do it. What normally happens here is this move ended up being like a 50-50 around here. There was a ledge, and it was like a perfect halfway point. Man, I have to go back and like look at that more carefully, but it was like it went all the way back down, and then it went up. How did I do that? It was like a halfway point to that top, but there was something else to it because I remember it backed up just enough to give you a retracement. Yeah, I mean it's debatable, but it would be like this area, and so it wouldn't be where the bounce is. It would be where the drop is. I'm going to have to flip this over to a 4-hour. I can't see it. I remember it, so don't worry. I'm not going to like go on forever about it. I remember what the setup was. I'm just trying to get like the big points in. Because there's like some levels that you need to mark. Yeah, there's some levels that you need to mark here. And if you don't mark them correct, then you don't get it right. Maybe it was like from the top. I think it was from the high to this bottom. That's what I was looking at. It drops it to like that ledge. So it was like an anticipation of like how high it goes. There's a 50-50 whip, but I don't think you could necessarily know that unless you just kind of estimated it as best you can. Though there's kind of a gray area there, but it would be here. Yeah, it would be here. And then that would have to be, so that breakdown happens over here. That's like the walk around that happened. This is just really slow. The build out has to get you to an SOS, so I don't know. I guess it looks like it would go to like just underneath there. It is a halfway point, so that's good to know, guys. You're like, what is? Well, like 437. You see that level that was picked out? So in this time frame, back in the March run up, the low is actually hit. It's quite low. You see here, it comes really low and then it bounces and goes down. When the walkout occurs, it doesn't ever come back to that level after it checks it. But there's a difference in these in that we have barely touched that level now here. So we're kind of debating it, but I don't want to say like, oh, it has to be this or it has to be that. But it's a very like simple formula in some ways. Because when it gets to the end, yeah, it's like right there. It's almost already where it's supposed to be. But it pumps up. It does like the push. It should mark itself at like 464 and then come back to 444. And then once that happens, then you get a buy-in. And that marker, it may not be perfect, but it looks pretty darn close. Maybe 446. That makes sense because it's one of those levels that we've talked about kind of appears every now and then. I don't know where it goes back to, why it does that on the big picture. Why it goes back there, I have no idea. There's like an early sell down level right here. So maybe there was like a hook value right there. I don't see it. 446. Oh, there was a sell down right here before it pushed low. Let's make it a little smaller. I think we're on to something here. This is 445. That's later though. That's when it comes back. The same thing happened here. It came back and retested that level and then pushed out. It's interesting. Maybe it's 444. Yeah, it looks like 444. It's 444. That's the one. Look at that interaction. Okay, so 444 is the takeoff level here. And you're going to pass through all those liquid centers and hit those. That's implied here. You can't like leave them behind. But 444 would be like that takeoff level. But only after you make the up thrust of 462. I'm going to guess that they're going to wait. I don't know, man. I mean, I guess you could do a lot going into Monday, but if you, let's say for example, you didn't drop all the way down Friday and it was at 450. I think Monday could have like an early drop, 444. And then earnings is on what? Wednesday? Are you going to like break out and run up into earnings? Maybe we do run up. Maybe we get a big breakout and run up into earnings because it doesn't seem timed out right. I guess you could like lollygag. Like technically this could be super slow. Like that's the only way I can see this happening. Is a slow walk down that just rips. But I feel like if it gets there and it hits 444, I'm not going to question it very much. If it pushes up here, this should go up above the top. Just like we were talking about on the other chart. This isn't different. It's a little bit different, but it's like pretty much the same idea. So this would push up just like it did here and then retreat all the way back to 444. Ooh. So many people. If this thing sets up this way. Ooh. Yeah. Yep. And then the takeoff, come back down, check it. I feel like it could go lower, but I don't know. I'm going to stick with 444. So if 444 is the area it takes off from, and the middle, just like before, is at that marker. It's where it left the trend behind. So are they going to use like a secondary creek here? They might. Well, I guess good news is I'm back to being like hyper bullish here, so that's always good. I might do some YOLO stuff going into December. I've already got a lot, or a decent amount. But the way this set up is really interesting. Yeah, look at that. There's the top one. Ooh, this is looking really good. It's looking really good. If it pushes up to like 472. You're going to be that guy, Booksy. You make that call out. You can't go back from it, dude. I know, but look at that setup. It's super clean. And then where it touched the line is actually the 50% mark. So this goes all the way up to, I believe in the setup. I know it's a little bit difficult maybe to read it. Yep, this goes to 618. It's perfect. Perfect setup. Perfect. It goes to 618. I don't know, again, this may not happen till earnings, on earnings, maybe right before. It could be a run up into earnings. It doesn't really matter. Makes no difference. To me, that's correct. It's bloody perfect. Once that happens, that's it. If this comes back above this marker here in SOS's, that's it. Now that's usually like, it's not exactly like a halfway point, but it usually is. So I'm going to have to kind of take it as I can here because I think, yeah, that's like a 50-50 cross of that top. So this might be where we get a little bit disappointed because this is where it's going to be different. If it doesn't come down and it just runs up, this isn't going to presumably go past 884. So there's a difficult, like, this is where I was talking about before, like it's kind of hard to determine where it would go because there's two completely different methods for interpreting this. I think 884 is just playing it safe, and then 13's for like a really big extended move. Because both are very possible, I wouldn't necessarily want to pump one or the other. This to me reeks more of like a we're going to go low kind of thing. Both of them really work because we've already done this like a dozen times and they all work. That makes sense. I've had this 850 as a possible distribution level for a bit. So this would have been the check on the top. This is just a check right back here. Question is, what the heck happened to that, you know? And I don't know. But we may have hit that anyways. You know, we don't know. If back on the 13th we run up, that's probably where it would have intersected back here on October 1st. It wouldn't have been like much higher. So it just depends. Why would you not go to 13? It's got a PNF of like 16 something. I don't know. The only other thing I can do is look at this upward trajectory here and see what I could determine from that. Right now, I don't know. I'm a bit indifferent about it. I'm not sure it really matters. Like, it doesn't seem like a lot, but that's a 100% move, almost exactly. So actually it is. It's like an exact 100% move. That's creepy. Um, from 444 up. I mean, it's a big move, right? And you play it right, you're going to make a lot of money. But it's not $13, right? So what gives? You said originally you guarantee it's going to hit this. Well, it should in theory, but I don't know. The PNF's there. It's got the potential. The slingshot doesn't see it going beyond 884. That's just the way that's set up. That's to give you a 50-50 around SOS to the bottom. So that doesn't see it going around that marker. It's just it's same old, I guess. It's the same problem we were having before. Like, there's a possibility it goes beyond, but there's no guarantee. I really thought for a long time it was going to go back up again. So it's kind of like me not throwing in the towel, but it's kind of like me saying I'm not sure, you know, like, does it actually make that move or not? I don't know. It's essentially coming back up to check that mark again. And man, I really wish I knew. I just don't know. There's no way for me to like guarantee it. I think 884 seems right in terms of that distribution level. And I know that that logically makes sense. They're going to pocket it and then use the rest later. We look at 884, there might be some semblance of cohesiveness going forward and looking at what happened later in AMC here. Now this goes really low, but I don't think it's going to happen in this case because we don't have we don't have the same setup. So like if you look at this, you might say, oh crap, so it's going to come really, really low after. Well, yes and no. I mean, like this came down and it sets up differently. It's just not identical. It would be like us coming back and defining this range and then saying this is where it goes later. You may look at this and say it's going to come back down, but it's not going to go all the way to the bottom. You know, it looks like 350. That's if it's distributive, right? It does the same thing here and it goes back up again. Then you might expect this to later come back up to the top and sell down. But that's like a really long-term model. So like none of this particularly screams distribution on the whole. It still to me looks more like a 2020. Yeah, that comes back to like that almost SOS level and does a 50-50 around that top. It'd be like us coming to 840s and then coming back down to by like March coming back down to 3. So it seems like that setup's pretty nasty for a number of reasons. It just is. I don't think it's the same, but it would be similar to us doing this. I mean, there's obviously similarities doing this over time. So if we hit 8, I think it's possible. It takes a long time to get back down. That could be the March second quarter. Now, see, the thing is like you might look at that and say, oh, crap, that's horrible. But really, it's not. Because, again, like this setup is different. So it definitely just looks like it's going back to the gap at that point, right? And so it's a pretty straightforward build out. So if it hits 884, I'm not going to hold anything personally. I think that would be silly. Again, that's my choice. It's a lower than I wanted it to be, but at the end of the day, that then looks like it's targeting 310, which I think is the gap level. So yeah, it looks like it'd be going back down. So big jump, come back down. Probably ends up being another creek here, which is sort of what happened here. They established like another wave. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, though. You see how that's different than what happened over here? I hope you guys see that. It's not the same. This is much more like 2020 now, because it's like, oh, well, that could be a bottom, potentially, then. This is really similar to what we already had on our other charts. So if you're like freaking out, like, what? You think it'd come back down? No, it's really not different. This is really the same idea, like up and then back down to the threes. And this says January, but you can see like I had ideas that it might even be slower than that, you know, build out wise. It's hard to say. Could be faster. Who cares? So this is very slow. This is like skipping all the January stuff and just kind of walking down slow like through the motions. It doesn't seem wrong. I mean, if you're doing a double top, that would be efficient. 1, come back, get support. 2, come back, be done with it. Now, interestingly, going back up to 13, if the goal was to go to 13, and you do the same 50-50, this is where you get that $2 mark. So it's a difference of a lot of things, but I think if you went higher, in some ways it could mean that you're going to go lower. I genuinely believe that too. I think there's a really good reason for that if you're trying to get back down below the floor. It puts you in a really good position to come low and trade the low. So I definitely can see why that would be the case. So I think if you go higher, this could be a little more dramatic in terms of the bounce out, but I think you're very likely going to come really low. And this is where we get back to what we've already talked about, which is like, well, maybe later, you know, it comes back down, but I'm feeling it, man. I feel like this is a really good setup. I don't think we're going to go down again. I think they're going to save that gap. And I think we're going to hit 444, not 431. So I think we are going to get the push. We're going to go up, and then we're going to come back down. I think long term, it's going to depend on how high we go. I think we come really high up, it's probably going to indicate, it seems a little backwards maybe to some, but I think it might indicate that we actually come down lower later. There's still a lot of really good information out there about maybe coming back down. They're all very similar charts, right? And I still got the 850 here, the 860 here. I still got the 13 here. This sort of implied that you would be up here maybe before December 6th. That was the timing on this chart. And then this guy, pretty similar. This is the same exact time frame right here. So it's a November move. I mean, it's just the month of November going into December regardless. So we got some time this week. I think we might end up back at 444. So what we'd like to see is we'd like to see it pump up to 472 and then come back down to 444. And I think if we can get that, we might be in shape that we want to be in to really break out and go. And I'm seeing a lot of continuity with the move up, move back down here. The one thing that's kind of in question is the sort of the obvious thing, which is the maybe like the how high do you go kind of question. I don't know, you know. It's either 880 or it's like 13. I mean, I have a lot of leaps. I've been looking at January stuff for a while for AMC. I don't know if I'm going to buy any more. I might, but if I did, I'd probably get a handful of short term and then some in the money. I don't think I'd go much farther out than January or February, but I don't think I'd do anything super short term, maybe like one, just to try it. And that's only if I can see that move happen. I'm going to be really patient and see if I can wait for it to happen. So, yeah. Yeah, 884 is high enough. I agree, Jen. I think if you had enough whatever, POC ready to go for that, I think you'd be fine. The question to me is like, why would you stop at 884 versus going up? Aside from like it being like a slingshot, I don't really have a good reason. So that and this being a supply level, maybe again, just backing up to check these levels again. We didn't really check them when we came back through here. We checked this one, 6s. I don't think we checked the 880 area very much, so that might be why. If it's more like 2020 where it's a massive build out and this is a phase B top, does it have to come up here? No, but it's almost like a it doesn't matter kind of question, as long as it doesn't come too high. Like it could come between 8 and 13, but it can't come significantly higher than that for risk of heavy distribution. So either one would be okay as long as it doesn't go beyond here. I think it's like literally $14 or something on point. Yeah, you don't want it to go way beyond there. So looks good. This is a bizarre setup, but again, it's like you can tell with the way that it's built, it is similar in the structure, but the way it's built is so different in the way that you have no real need in this particular case, even if it came up to 8 and back down, you really have no strong desire to go below 3, which kind of falls in line with what a lot of folks maybe were thinking, like it wouldn't go low again. There's always the risk, of maybe coming up and not advancing later, but that's later on. We don't have to worry about that. And I don't think that would happen because of the way this set up. It's setting up where that would be like an LPS. So if that happens and it goes back up, that's a super strong signal. If it builds out here and it didn't ever go down again, even if it came back up over time, it's like the build out for that would be, I guess, like this right here, maybe like this. I guess it could technically like not advance, but yeah, that's sort of what the MO would be. I haven't really put a lot of thought into that, but to me that looks really strong. Like that looks like a model that would advance. So this is a situation, like again, if you hit 8, I'm on the 1 hour here, I need to make sure I'm on the same chart. If you hit 8 and you don't hit 13, this would be how you would get back to that creek eventually. Without even really looking at it, this is where you'd come back to it. It's like right there. So I know that that's ultimately what would happen. So if it didn't hit, does that make sense? Like if it doesn't hit here, it would hit later. It hit up here. And it could be a while. I mean, it's not, nothing about these charts is perfectly cookie cutter. But you can see why. Like, hey, if it doesn't advance to there yet, it goes back, buys in low, and then you get a bigger advancement later on. Then, yeah, 2025. It's just a way to kind of keep it pinned. But the thing is like I would look at that as that motif of this, which is super strong, you know, if it can break out later. This is not, there's nothing about that that's particularly negative in my book. I'm like, yeah, it looks good. It just have to come back above 6. So long term, it would be like this build out around 6. Yep, and there it is. Right there. You guys are like, that stinks. Looks too right to be wrong, Booksy. Well, yeah, I mean, when it's set up right, it's probably going to be near perfect. So maybe that is right. It's going to hit 884 and then come back, and then later on you're going to get to that intersection around 6. The build out looks legitimate. And it also gives the operator a lot of time to play with this bottom, like to buy in again. It doesn't really matter. And then you get a jump over the creek here. It's more like an LPS, and then you advance. I bet this would be like a windowed bottom, same deal. You kind of hit low and then come above. And then you jump this creek later. So you'd basically like hop here on an advancement of like the steeper trajectory, and you jump these guys, and then you'd hop here. I talked about this a long time ago. I don't think anybody would remember this, but I did a model like this a long time ago that was similar to that. It doesn't really play the same now because we have more information, but like there's a lot of the same information in that. And then you come back up here, and this is where you either do or don't kind of go. And then I think if you advance here, yeah, this is where you start getting some like major moves. That could even be where you get that actual final build out here. That's an interesting line. I really like that one. Maybe, yeah, maybe that plays into this as a, it's pretty good. Looks pretty good. Parallels. Pretty strong. That's a good one. Yeah. That might be where you finally get that reversion move. Where does that lead you? 22. Interesting. I like this chart too. 1, 2. Yep, and then, yeah. I gotta check it. I gotta check to see if it makes sense on the big picture. Because if it doesn't make sense, this is the first time I've really looked at an LPS very seriously. So that's why I want to look at it. If it doesn't make sense, I don't want to do it, right? So instead of going down and making a spring and getting a lower low, it doesn't ever do that. It just gets a gap fill and then continues. And let's see where that ends up. Let's take a look. Oh, that's the same line. Of course it is. Gosh, like, you're an idiot, Booksy. Could have just done that. Yeah, but doesn't that look right? So then that makes me wonder if this is the marker that we're just going to reject against. This is the exact same thing I did on the other chart, by the way, the other day, because I talked about how it already hit that green line here. Now look at it from this point of view. Look at this. look at this move right here, here to here, and then you already hit that marker, and this is like retesting that same mark at 880. I don't think it's going to go to 13s. I think it's a tease. I don't know why they're doing it exactly, but I think it's a tease. Now, if it does, it's got to be because this is like some kind of wraparound figure. Yeah, that's the only thing I can kind of justify. It does work as a wrap, but it's like a tease around that green marker. That 884 is really strong. It would be like rejecting that top again in a more controlled manner. Oh, man, that's perfect. And then you'd head back down. And then this time, maybe you don't go as low, but you could. It's just that you don't have to. And that would make perfect sense. Jeez Louise, look at that. And then that would make perfect sense why you don't break out until later. You're like, everything makes sense to you, Booksy. I know, but doesn't that work really well? So that's the LPS model. And then the other model is, yeah, it's really simple measurements. It's gonna be hard to it's always hard to convince people of something when you've put a lot of time and effort into it. It's like, I'm gonna delete some stuff and then later I'm probably gonna regret deleting it. I do that all the time. So this is like the LPS model, and the other model, you go down, and this is where things get kind of interesting because we did this one first, and it's seemingly unimportant, right, when you look at these, but you can see those intersections, why they matter. Yeah, and in that one, ooh, look at where that is. Oh my gosh. It's right where it needs to be. Oh, it's the upthrust that breaks this trend. It goes up and then it whips around it. This is like the anchor mark for the whip. So the 50-50 is around that marker here. So it doesn't matter if you go high or low. It's going to 50-50 around that marker. It just depends on how far down they want to go. That makes sense. That makes sense. It does. You're like, does it? No, it really does. Because this is how you can kind of accomplish like the same exact thing, but in one case not go really anywhere, kind of bore people to death. And in the other case, get ridiculously low. So in this case, it would like break here and then it would go really low. And then it would probably react back up. Yeah, it would have to react back up. That's not an option. To this chop level. And then it drops down again. And it seems like it's gone too far, but it hasn't really. We talked about this previously. That parallel structure here is really interesting because the gap is at the exact same place here as it is back here. Identical location on those parallels. And then it ultimately, it fills this gap and then it goes up and then it comes back down. And once it comes back down, it's done. And you can see it's like right there. So it'd fill the gap and then it would come back up. Yeah, it's that simple. And there's a spring. Now what's interesting is like the timing, because like this definitely makes it seem like it would go really far. But then again, that makes sense because if the timing is drastically different, but maybe not. Maybe the highs hit at the same spot. There's a sense of so this is where it intersects the midline here. So the timing would be like May, which is actually the same kind of timing we thought earlier. We thought maybe May. That was what we were thinking for MPW. It's the same idea. So if it's identical, it goes down into May. I'm going to have to separate these with color because right now they look like they're the same thing, but one of them has to be like the build out. I hate using red because it looks bad, but maybe just use orange or something. one has to be the build out for the bigger push, and it's probably this higher one. It's just the most likely that it would be paired with it. And then the other is like an LPS model. I'll leave that one white. So this is a spring. So this goes down into May for a spring, and then it comes back out. And this is very similar to like the June run up, and then it hits the June model and it goes. Yeah, at first glance, it doesn't look, it looks a little like wishy-washy. Like, oh, that doesn't look right. But it actually is probably the same. One is just more controlled than the other in terms of movement. Like, this is a lot more hyperbolic, but they're really jumping the same things. They got the same motions in them. They're just doing it in a different place. Like, this is the rebound with the retest, and then it makes the higher high, jumps the creek, and then it advances, hops over like the main trends that it's established here. So it's a little more controlled. For that buy up, they're buying up mostly here. This goes low, jumps the creek, establishes the test, pretty much just takes off to the upside. And I think at this point, though it's questionable, you probably could even suggest that it doesn't. I mean, who knows? After that, all that garbage, it's just a lower option. I think it's the same concept though, because you take the same marker, yeah, and it goes back up to the top here. So it's a similar idea, and you probably could end up even getting there. I know the way I did it is a little slow, but you probably could end up getting there in a similar time frame. Maybe that intersection is not about, maybe it's about the high or the low. So maybe this is more about where it comes back up like that. Maybe it's more about where it comes back down, the retracement. That goes back and checks all of those all at once. Because if it jumps them, whatever, it could jump them in different orders. But when it comes back, then it could come back all at once. I mean, say whatever you want. It's a very simple to read setup there. Because once you make that move, look at where you are. Again, it looks like, hey, it looks like not a good move, right? Like, oh, it's not far enough. It doesn't go, it only goes to 15. Not so, because if you look at the move here, look at where, I'm going to drop this. It's going to be like the same spot. Look at where this goes to on the breakout. And tell me that's not ridiculously compelling. I knew it was going to be the same because the setup is so similar. So it's actually the same percentage move, basically. And then you come back down, you retest the green, that pocket, you retest that low. It's a slightly different timing-wise because obviously you went through a little bit more. If you do go down here, it might seem really long-winded. Massive accumulation. Then look at where you go on the top. Yeah, man. I mean, it doesn't have to go further than that, but it probably will. And I'm going to guess that it triangulates pretty closely to, yeah, this comes back up. Yep, reaches up, goes in 2026. December 2025 into February 2026. We've been talking about that forever. Stop following her around. She doesn't have food. Stop. You better run, chunky monkey. One of my cats follow. I don't be mean, but he's a chunky cat. He follows my other cat around because he thinks that she knows where all the food is or something. Because he goes around and sniffs at her feet all the time, tries to eat crap off the floor. Like he thinks that she has like the keys to the food or something. And it's like she doesn't, but he doesn't know. So it's like inverted. Basically, it's like a June, January. instead of a January, June. One more check, because we know that, yeah, in theory, this top should help delineate somewhat of the path. And it does, right there. So if it goes the lower route, which it might do, interesting. Really interesting. I've talked about this a lot, guys. Today, yesterday. If it goes the lower route, I think it doesn't take off till like summer next year. Both cases. But it would be like really similar to what happened on that we were looking at on IWM, and then the build out from there is like the same. Here's what's incredible to me is like the more I kind of look at this, I'm like, geez Louise, look at the sensibility there in like the levels that are being accomplished. And going right back to where we were May 2021, which is also like that breakdown level here. It's close to, not exact, the other one I got, which was basically the high target. So $72. Isn't that the same value? I mean, it's a ridiculous comparison. It was like 72, but then it was like 76 after hours or something. It doesn't make the 72 bucks. It's like a cosmic joke, but they're in control of it. But isn't that funny? Like, you guys are like, no, it's not funny, Booksy. And that's really close to like the original all-time high value. It's the same moves, 2 to 72. Same moves. Look at the walkout on the jump over the creek here. Shoot, man. We got a lot of opportunity to earn money in the years to come if this happens again. It's hard to even imagine that happening again, but here's the real litmus test here. It's pretty low. One of the other things that I wasn't sure about that did appear a couple times was the see, it's a little bit low for like a January move. But one of the other things I wasn't sure about, which did appear quite often on AMC, was the I mean, probably matches that line right here, but it doesn't quite match here. Maybe that's just a sign of weakness right there, and then this is the actual trend. That's possible. Yeah, that could be the case. That would explain this and this being the center of that gap. Yeah, it's interesting. Well, never say never. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's like anchoring there, not the bottom there. This does seem right. But that would be your wave. One of the things that I was questioning early on was whether or not the top hits here, or this is actually hit earlier, like is in September or something, and then that's really like the breakdown area. I'm not really sure it matters that much, but in the end, some people might think that really matters. So if you were looking at this like level to level to level, this is still really close to a perfect wave. It really just depends on how you define middles. If middles are like where it crosses, then yeah, I mean, this shouldn't hit till March, but it's all very relative to what you think the middle is. If you think this is the middle, then you have to kind of average the middle here. This probably looks more right. Things like that. It's still really close. So it's still a very, very symmetrical wave, 1-to-1 in terms of timing. I think it's right. And it does make sense because this is the top of that final like cat ear sequence. You know, we talked about how there's probably a few here that it would go back to. This is what we were talking about earlier today. These are the few that you would look at. One here, two, maybe this one too, since there's a drop down. But like 1, 2, 3, 4 potential spots that it goes back to. That's about it. Just in terms of the wave back up. That would be it. So even if it only goes like partially, you know, looking at it from that point of view, it's a really concise, even if it only goes up like a little bit and then it comes low, you'd see this as like a 1, 2, and then this would actually be pullback. 3, 4. This is what it would look like in terms of the M cross. It's very sensible. All right, it's 303. We're at 445. Went a little lower on GME, but boy, I am feeling good right now. I think 884. Man, I really don't know. Like both of them look kind of right to me, so I'm gonna just kind of wait. But I get a feeling like we see these things. It's really hard for me to know. I just don't know. I guess I got a stronger feeling at this point about the 8s because of a lot of reasons. Like maybe we don't need to come back up here and test this multiple times. And if they're going to jump it later, like way later next summer, they may just wait, you know. I was concerned about not checking that creek again, but the more I stare at it, the more I think that that creek may not need to be tested right now. It would be nice to advance it early, hit 884, hit 13s, then go down. But in theory, does it need to do that? No, not really. And in reality, this didn't quite do that either. It doesn't actually break any major. This is kind of like the last major outer creek. It doesn't break it till like later on anyways. So I don't know. This is a little different. It's much wider too. This one's like way out here. This one isn't even breached until May. So it's interesting. But yeah, I think maybe 880s is like the best bet right now for safety. I know I didn't look at the chat a lot today. I tried to do my best. I know that people get annoyed with that, but I'm genuinely kind of shocked at how that worked, and I think it's really bizarre to me that they picked the 70 number again. Well, we did kind of map this out last time. We talked about the shift and how like if you remove the shift, it really just looks like it's going back to the same value. Like when we took the same ideas and pushed them up, it's like it's going back and retesting the highs again. So I think it's the same concept. It won't be the same value, right? Your average would have to be lowered, but if your average is somewhere around where it was in January of 2021, then you're in good shape. Potentially long term. It does make sense to me that you go there and then maybe work your way backwards to like the 20s or something. Could be an SOS. We talked about that too. Like technically it doesn't look like one, but it could be an SOS again if you transfer it backwards. It just depends on how high it goes. I'd be interested to see what happens, you know, if it backs up again. If this is going to walk all the way back down, or do we get like a massive 1, 2 cross that comes back and then takes off way later, years down the line. Pretty exciting. So short term, really jazzed, and I said jazzed, you heard me, about a possible move here to one of these two values. I think the setup is self-explanatory, but if you want the comparison, you can go look at March, a really simple comparison model here. I'm pretty sure that if it does this push to 472 and then comes back to 444, I don't know if it's going to be on earnings or after earnings or right before it, but if it does that move and it makes the push, I'm feeling really good. I mean, it could be technically that push could be after, we don't know. I'm just kind of anticipating where it might go. I think it's a really solid setup to get you back up to 880s. So I'm excited about it, really excited about it. If I see that move into place, I'm going to risk it, for the biscuit, as they say, because I think it could be a really stellar move. And these options are basically dead, as they should be. And all of your Max Payne junk is dead, as it should be, Everything looks good. So, same with GME. It's just a different setup. So it's like this backup might not look great, or this backup might not look great to you, but really it's already jumped the creek. Like it's ready to go. I think you got a similar build out, similar potential here for a run back up to the 30s and 40s, which we've been saying forever, But that's because that's what it's been targeting forever. It's been targeting this region right here for a long time. So I think that's where it's likely going to go. And then IWM, I think IWM makes the moves and goes to the 250s. I really do. I don't know about MPW advancing yet. That one's kind of on the fence. It may not get that big advancement. It may kind of lag and stay behind. We'll see. Since it already made like its phase B top, may not need to. It's debatable. I'd be looking to reposition if it goes up again, but I wouldn't necessarily count on it continuing to run. I guess what I'm trying to say. Doge, yeah, I'm still bullish on Doge. It's still going up. I thought it might go to 16 or 17 and then maybe back up again. I think it's come up to about 16, so that's where I'm at right now. Yeah. Yeah, GME looks fine. I don't feel like GME can be great unless it comes above 2367, but I'm not positive it's going to do that. It may back up far. So maybe part of this weakness here and that it didn't make a new high is because it's going to come back to that gap. I don't really know for sure, but that wouldn't be beyond possibility here. We'll see. If it runs with AMC on AMC's earnings, if that's what happens or whatever. I mean, we're just kind of in speculation mode about earnings, but it looks like it's set up to go. AMC does. Minus like a pullback. So I'm still thinking like probably going to try to come back to 2170. And then if they leave the gap, they leave the gap, That's not something I'm particularly concerned about because GME may very well just come right back down. You want proof? Well, if you look at the big picture, this whole wedge here laid on top of the larger wedge, like right on top of it. So if it pumps up and then it comes back and lays down on top of the wedge again, it's going to be coming back down to here in this 16, 17 area. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's not that low, but it's going to be in the same 24 to 17 pocket, 24 to 20 pocket maybe if it came back iteratively. So we'll get to it. Oh, they changed the price. Now it's 444. Perfect. That's what I wanted anyways. So yeah, I think we're in a really good spot right now for strong confirmation to a push up. I'm really excited. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I got to get going. Feed the cats. See y'all.